Hi, hi.
Where's my Spotify? Where's the Spotify?
Hello, hi, welcome. Let's see, let me scroll. I love everybody today. It's Kai, and I did take all my vitamins. Thank you. Did I take my medicine? I did. I agree. Hello, dog. Hello, Kai. Hi, Turnip. Hi, Goober. Is the next song gonna start? That's the end of this so long. Okay. Anyways. Scrolling. I think that's everybody. Hello, hi. Uneventful? Okay, good. So I saw your response to how was the train, and I heard I saw the as I clicked something else, and I was like, I hope that was a good one. It was uneventful, which we'll take. You know, we don't want anything to happen. If it was boring, so be it. I'm trying to look up something really quick. Okay, I have problems with my headphones, so I have to contact support, and I don't want to. Okay, let me just open this up. Okay, I put it there. Okay. Hello. I'm so tired. I mean, honestly, good in a way. You've had a very, like, eventful, like, week, and now you're home and you can rest. I don't have lotion. Can I reach? You know, if I had my fucking gamer buds that worked, I could reach. I could reach it. Yeah, sure. Okay, I grabbed this lotion. Good enough. I might make my allergies worse today, but it's fine. Also, in that note, I'm doing wonderful. Except for the fact that there's no wind today, and we have all the fires, so there's no wind and the smoke is not dissipating. So it smells awful today. Hello, Nova. Wow, I'm back. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. But this lotion, I think it's the... We're looking at the scent of it. I think it's the musk, because there's whipped musk in this. It's blush raspberries, sugar crystals, whipped musk. I don't know what they did to the musk, but they whipped it. I think that's what gets my allergies going, because I am allergic to scented things. I am allergic to scented things, and I want to grill. But it's really pretty. It smells so nice. It smells very vintagey because it's very powdery. It's like a very powdery smell. We leave it here though. I don't gotta use it too much. It's okay. My allergies and my face already hurts from the smoke. So you know what? No, I can't put her that way. She's facing the wall. Anyways, how is everybody doing today? How is the rest of y'all's doing? I think my UBS is well today. My bitrate died yesterday midstream. Don't know what happened with that. It's fine. It was just that was the worst like possible game to like have that happen to. There are other like worst possible games, but especially since I didn't have a friend there to like help me pause lock. This is like the only game that I can't just pause and sit and fix my tech issues. So I always like panicked. I was like, what do we do? Let me do some rolls. Doc is up first. Hold on, Doc, let me do yours. 13, 5, and 14. The only reason you have a high roll is because you have us here, so fair. 7-day week, 12 hours. Okay. I'm just having the high hopes of like, okay, it's just till June 1st. It's just till June 1st, and we're gonna run by it's just till June 1st. If they fucking pull something after that, I feel like that's just a hazard, you know? And I know there's nothing you can do, but like that's just like hazardous, and I really feel like illegal. Like they're doing a loophole somewhere. Okay, Nova, 13, 18, and a 5. So you are doing good. Goomber, 13, 11, and a 9. Junior. 13, 16, and a 4. So you are doing good as well. Just a little tired, but you got back from Mexico, so it's okay. There is a part of my OBS that is slightly like bonking. And I'm just, if I just raise my phone a little bit, can't see it. It's not there. Not real. Eating healthy? Ooh, what do you have today? What you be eating? I don't like how I look today. Something is off, and I don't know what it is. But could be the fact that I just put dry shampoo in. And my hair is like literally a mess today. Can I plug this in? Dude, I have so much hair again. I didn't realize how much hair I have until I was brushing it out, and I'm like, oh, it's really long. Is this JT music? Yes, it is. It is JT music. They're just JT music now because they're not with Machinima, but back in the fucking day. Tell me to eat turkey avocado sandwich on wheat. I hate all those things, but here I am. Honestly, I mean, turkey avocado sandwich isn't bad. I don't like it on a wheat bread, but because I am sensitive to gluten, I wouldn't say allergic. I don't have an allergic reaction, but my body does not like it. It sometimes put me in somewhat of a coma, like a carb coma, which you may think, oh, it's just a carb coma. I'll get it from eating like a fig Newton. I should not be going into carb coma when I do that. Tolerant? I don't want to tolerate gluten at all. Fight like hell? Fight like hell is so fucking... Hold on. Just please protest your mom? Sorry, do you... Oh my god, that bot did actually get few... Do you see that fucking name? That's such a... Get him out of here. Just please protest your mom really got me. The name of them. Okay, back to JT music. Their songs go really hard. Obviously, their FNAF songs go really fucking hard. I love those. Let me go to... I have so many of their songs liked. See more. Rapture Rising. Hey, do we just want to listen to JT music right now? No, I want viewers. No, nah. Give that bot a sub. It's such a fucking iconic name. Apex Predator is really good. I do love that. Shadow Myself is really good. Don't Tattle on Me, really good. Was a really interesting game. Can't Be Erased. Their Bendy songs, I fucking love. That was like my first, I had seen the first Bendy game, but then I never had watched the second one, but I adored their songs for both of the Bendy, games. Open Your Eyes. Fucking love that song. I love Praise so much. That was such a good game. Hi, Haunted. Let's see if Chat Cat works today.
Hey y'all, how we doing? I hope we're well. I was okay. Now I'm better. I ate.
That's so real. No, Haunted. That's me sometimes having the worst day of my life. I eat. I'm like, oh wow, actually it's not that bad. Let's see. Democracy Rising. And there is a second, Helldiver song. Those are really fun. Undertale song, good too. Yeah, To the Bone. Yeah. Mwah. Love it. Their Resident Evil songs aren't my favorite, but they're still really good. They just don't hit as hard as like the other ones, you know? Burger and pasta. What type of pasta did you have? Here's Fight Like Hell, because I was like, I know I have it in this. Add to queue. I'm so glad somebody else actually likes JT music here. I fucking love their shit, but I never talk about it too much, but I fucking love it. Sealy, I think? Okay. Truth be told, I'll eat any pasta, and I'll think any pasta, for the most part, is good. So, pasta is always a good choice. Yeah, to the bone. Such a good. Tracer versus Scout. I specifically love that one. Tracer versus Scout, mainly because I love Scout and I love Tracer. I don't play Tracer, but I did play Scout back in the day. It's a pretty good Resident Evil song. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. I know. What was on my cover? No, Fair Haunted. Fair. Justin Timberlake music? Crazy. Imagine Justin Timberlake music. No, JT music. JT Machinima. Unleash the Dragon. Very funny. The Markiplier rap. Very funny. What was Fight Like Hell for? Is it for... I like don't remember the music video. It is for Doom. Okay. What Doom? What Doom was it for? 2016? Okay. Because I'm like, surprisingly, there has been a lot of Dooms. Like, obviously, there's been a lot, but like, of recently, so I'm like, okay. Fight Like Hell, fucking good. I love this song so much.
Celiac people fear me.
Yeah, I fear you. I am gluten sensitive. But I love pasta and I love bread. Also, hi, Steve. Welcome. Human After All, really fucking good. Really fucking girl, cause Cortana. The World's War. Good. Bastion the Musical, great. It's Over was the mouthwashing one, was good. Undead Lullaby. So now I'm playing through Dark Soul games, but like Undead Lullaby and some of the mashups of all of the Dark Soul songs that they've done are fucking immaculate, and I grew up with those. I love them. Did the original, not the remake? Oh, but for what? I've been eating gluten nearly 3 meals a day, 365 days a year. Frick yeah. What are these songs? So I was on my, I think it was the Otacore playlist, but it played some JT music songs, and Doc also listens to JT music, so now I usually don't have anybody to talk to about this because I still actively listen to their music all the time. They did a remake of it. I'm just going through my liked songs through them right now. Oh, that makes me so happy. I will cue that one up because I need to hear that. Four Loko. I fucking love Four Loko. Four Loko? Four Loko was for the stupid fucking, I'm pretty sure PUBG.
Someone shout at me to do stuff.
What do you need to get done today? Because you should get that done. Or at least get something done a little bit. One door closes, really good. Oh, there's Undead Lullaby again. Burning Embers, I saw that. Fuck yeah. Okay, so hear me out, everybody. This is the name of the song. Daddy's Home, really fucking good. That is, I'm pretty sure, the second BioShock song. First Rest and Pet the Cat and the new stuff. So real. I do like the order of that, Steve. That is good. That's 3 too many locos. You're so right. Doing the ADHD, don't want to. Honestly, no, that's fair haunted. Don't force yourself to. Unless you, like, absolutely need to get it done. Like, it's just necessity. Don't force yourself, because you're going to make it worse that you don't want to do it. Go through music with us, like what we're doing. Burn 'Em Down is really good. Can't Be Erased, but it's the big band version. Not my favorite, because I like the original better, but it was really fun getting that version. What Makes Me Tick was fucking great. I love the Poppy Playtime songs they did. Once Upon a Lie.
Haunted, I'm not gonna shout.
Wonderful. Make Me
But
Pretty.
I believe you need
Wonderful.
to get some
Bend
things
Thy
done.
Knee. Wonderful.
Why not do them? I
Oh
know
my
the brain
God.
keeps saying it'll take forever, but I don't think it will.
Yeah. What he said. I'm still going through these songs. Taxes is very funny. Oh, To Liberty and Beyond is the other Helldiver song. Anyways, they also did a song that was The Wrong Side of the River. Well, so many Pokemon cards. Okay, what's your favorite one that you got from the trip? Also, Kai, if you want to play Resident Evil 10... Sorry, I almost said to gay. If you want to play Resident Evil, to gay. To gay. I guess we have to be gay today. I guess. I mean, we already are, but like, damn. If you want to, Kai, we can. If you need a rest, that's also good. Right now, we're going on a haywire of talking. I like to play Resident Evil Dubai. I like that. A Weedle. Okay, so I love the Weedle so much, but because oh god, the lisp. I'm getting too excited. Because one of my friends in high school, she went to my middle school as well, but not for the full time there. Her last name was Weddle, but I called her Weedle. So I love Weedle so much. It reminds me of her. It would be nice. Also, I'm dying mentally, so I don't know if I should. Honestly, Kai, what I almost said, what time is it? We still got 30 minutes of yap. So when it comes to the end of the 30 minutes of yap, let me know how you feel. Because you have had a long train ride. You haven't had like a proper time to rest. Which is why I just named the stream today horror. Because it's okay. It don't matter what. Most of the cards I bought were psychic type. Ooh, we get ooh, okay. That's exciting. I like that. I still cannot believe they're still sitting up there, packaged and everything. It literally looks like they're literally right behind Tracer is my One Piece girlies cars. I need to text my friend about it, Ash. Do you have a yap clock? I do have kind of a yap clock. We kind of cap it at an hour, but you know how it goes. Sometimes we go over an hour. So there's that. Just forget we have games here. I'm only here. I know you've only been here for yaps. You used to be here for games, but work says no. Okay. Sorry, I had to chug the coffee. Okay, so this might be a little weird to say, but you made me have a weird flashback because of the scrunchie on your wrist. Was it a good flashback or a bad flashback? Also, I usually don't have scrunchies on my wrist. I had to do it for a show one time that was like the character design we did for her. I don't have it here because I took down my hair. By car yesterday at the mall, all the kids One Piece stuff all over. Oh, I fucking love that. My car has My Hero and JJK on it. Oh, and Pokemon. And One Piece and Windbreaker. Okay, my car has a lot of stuff on it. It's not all very clear. I have My Hero and JJK plushies in the back. I have a Psyduck sticker on the side of my car, and then I have some charms inside of the car that are some of my like my Suo. I think I have I have cat stuff in my car, but then I had extra charms, so I just put them in my car. It was a decent one. Okay, as long as it was a good flashback. I mean, it's okay if it was a bad flashback, you know, sometimes war flashbacks, you know. But like, oh. It's just a scrunchy did it. Did I ever tell you about the Chocobo taxi? No, what do you mean a Chocobo taxi? Doesn't have anything on it? Yes, I do remember you talking about your tree of life. And I do like that. Sorry, I logged into JT Music again because I need to find. Oh, I need to add this one. This is the new Resident Evil one. Oh my god, they made a song for. I usually end up liking all their songs because I do genuinely love their music. Oh, here it is. Okay. I say that as if I didn't queue up a whole bunch of songs. I might have to listen to a lot of these because I don't know what's in this one. Oh, see, I don't like doing that because then it adds it there. Okay, do that. Tears in the Rain. Ooh. If I down, I'm calling. I'll have to listen to some of these because if not, I'll just add the whole album afterwards. And I sound based into windows at windows. To the wind. Okay, I queued up the. I want to hear what this one sounds like. If it's a remastered. Locking in so hard at JT Music. I haven't had anybody really to talk about this. I would love to see them. live. Same with like Living Tombstones, like all those, like I fucking love them. The Barnes, not the fucking Barnes and Noble. Okay, Barnes and Noble after Christmas to exchange something. Out front there was a full yellow car and it said Chocobo Taxi on the side. If I but it had Chocobo outline on the sides, a cute Chocobo plush in the front dash, and a license plate that. Oh, that's really cute. Wasn't a car, but not an SUV kind of middle. Yeah, okay. The like not fully gigantic cars, but definitely not small car. Sorry, I was just listening to the song. I fucking love JT music. I have a Chocobo plushie. It used to be so where Kuromi sits, I used to use a Chocobo plushie behind me because it's a flat pillow. It sits on my bed now. But I love it. I love my Chocobo. I would love to see a Chocobo car. I love Chocobos. I haven't played a lot of the Final Fantasy games for years now, but like, I fucking love me a Chocobo. Um, where is he? Oh, I must have taken him off. I had a whole bunch because I didn't play the Final Fantasy boy band. What number are they? Final Fantasy 15. I had to look at the Roman numeral. I'm like, what are you? Um, that one with the boy band. I love Prompto. With the little my little boy, the fucking blondie. Um, I loved him a lot. I really wanted to cosplay him. But so I had a whole bunch of charms of him on my phone back in the day. Back in the day. But I had one and it was him dressed up as a chocobo. And there's another one that had him and a chocobo. I fucking love chocobos. Should have just fucking made a chocobo charm. Double XP and rewards. Oh, okay. Hollowed concepts. Hollowed concepts? Risk of rain stuff? Huh. Do love me Risk of rain. Oh my god, speak of the devil, Helldivers. Oh, weird, because when I play video games, I always wonder what some kind of creatures would taste like. Chocobo is high on the list. No, you know what? Though I think that is a bit of freak nature. I think you are a bit of a freak. That's fair. We are a bit of a freak nature here, and I think that's the. Yeah. Would they be tasting more like grainy? Like what undertone? What undertones of a chocobo mean? How would a chocobo jerky taste like? He's returning to the desk of shame and making money. Good. Make your money, Junior. I hope you stay well. Have a good rest of your day. We will see you soon. Probably like ostrich. I could see that being very close to ostrich. Would they have eggs? Do chocobos lay eggs? Is there chocobo? Genuinely. I don't actually know about chocobo lore. They're such good friends and mentally it'd be tough to eat them. I mean, it's the same like Pokemons. The Pokemans. I don't think I would want to eat them at all, but there's so many of them. Somebody has had to eat them. Somebody has had to have at least tried. You know what I'm saying? Let me do your roll, Haunted. 4, 8, and a 14. A little low. Still good. You're hanging in, but I think you're just the ADHD exhaustion. Because I hope you get some stuff done today. If you really want to. If not, just have some fun. It's like eating your horse. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Hey, eyebrows. How you doing? Sarah and her comic. That is me. That is, in fact, me. I would eat them if it gave me their powers. Ooh. Getting their powers would be really freaking cool. Which one? Oh, this is Life of P. I need to play that so badly. Thank you for flirting mutually. Why, thank you. Do something yesterday? What did you do? What did you forget to do? About an artistic pursuit. Ding the wheel. Fucking love the song. Oh my god. Pokemon is canon. Are eaten all the time, I believe. Like slowpoke tails are a delicacy. Interesting. Thank you, eyebrows. Thank you for the one. Thank you for the one. I meant to say thank you for the tier 1 sub. I forgot a whole word there. Anyways, thank you. Welcome in. You do have silly little emotes now. Welcome, welcome. Jesus. Jesus Christ, though. We're going hard on the JT music right now, and it's making me so happy. Thought that was a cat. I don't have a cat in my room today, unfortunately. That feels wrong. I'm like lifting my one finger. Pee pee poo poo. Poo poo pee pee. Eh, one may say. Okay, that's what I moved. We'll be here for you, Haunted. Love you very much. I'm like trying to think of other animals from like Pepsi Max. But not the Pepsi Max. Maximum taste. 0 sugar. Eating cheese pizza. We do love pizza. I do freaking love pizza. Dude, got a crunch bar. I got coffee. I don't know why I'm death staring you guys. As I said, I got coffee. There's 1 calorie. I don't know where they put it. I don't know where they put that 1 calorie. Maybe it's a lie. Maybe it's in the can. Don't eat the can. Don't do that. Yeah, animal sidekicks. We want to eat tier list. Oh my god. Okay, what are good Paimon? I'll eat a whole god. Because I'm pretty sure Paimon's a god in that. I'm pretty sure. I forget the whole lore because that's after I stopped playing. So, you know, there's that. Some of the monsters in Monster Hunter would taste amazing. Yes, I can agree to that. Yellow meat, not the yellow meat of Pikachu. I want to eat whatever those goddamn cats make in Monster Hunter. I almost said Monster Hunter. In Monster Hunter, I want to eat what those cats make. They look so... Those are good cooks. Those are good cooks. My friend back in the day showed me, the Monster Hunter before Worlds came out, I think. It was in the snow. Anyways, there's the bakers. They're the cats are the bakers, and she's making bread. Dog from rat food for human. A ratatouille. No. They're fucking jacked. They're fucking jacked. I want to make. No, I want to eat what they're making. You want to eat dog from Fallout, Steve? Also, I found this Fallout, not meme. I really want to say meme. It's not meme. This Fallout TikTok. And I really should have sent it to the Tiki Talkies. But I didn't. And I should have. Because it was really fucking good. And it was what is that fucking called? Story Fallout? Not like point and click. The really old Fallout. I don't know what number that is. I don't know what fucking number that is. I am scrolling through my Tiki Talkies now trying to find it for you though. You know what else would taste so epic? Me? Damn. How would you cook yourself? Turn his wool into a jumper. Yes! Turn that wool into golden Capitrain? When did we get a golden Capitrain? What do we get for the golden Capitrain? You can get a golden Kappa. Oh, it's for 24 hours. Doesn't seem very nice. Doesn't seem very nice at all. No, it can't be good and happy. It cannot be. Cannot either. Whoa. What a blue fit. Okay, Steve. No, not Tails! Steve, you have too many coming up on this list. Have you been thinking about this? So you're rage baiting? Me rage baiting? What am I rage baiting? Sorry, I forgot anything that I just said. I'm still thinking about Fallout. Yoshi? Okay, Yoshi, I would like to know. What the fuck does Yoshi taste like? Do my work? To play Pokemon. Fuck yeah. Oh, side character is the main character? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Would still like to see what he tastes like. Hello, turn up. Hello, hello. No, 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 Rosanna. What'd she ever do to you? I will stand by that point. Is most definitely main character, but I still stand by. God, Ratchet and Clank. Who is What's the other Dexter? Oh my God, Dexter and okay, Jack and Dexter. Jack and Dexter. Yes, thank you. I was like, who's the other fucking name on the title? God. What do you think Dexter would taste like? He's just like a meerkat. Winton? You want to cook up Winton? Not Winton. Winton. Oh my God, how long ago did I see this TikTok? A fucking failure. I even laughed at it. I was like, Doc would like this. Scrolled. Ooh, a hamster? Hamster. I'm trying to think of other... You guys aren't, like, on top of it, like, getting these. My brain's still just like, man, who is characters is there? I would eat him. No, that's fair. Whenever we do have a hamster and I'm DPS, I will counter him. I will counter him because I do not like him. Supposed to do it into my glove. No. It tastes like a horse and Navi would be very good. Maybe give it... Ooh, she would give like
Based
an
on the
energy
fact
boost
that
or a boost or
Pikachu
something.
is a mouse, I still think he looks like a rabbit when we eat the yellow freak.
I'm sorry, it said Pikachu. Anyways. Yeah, would still try. You saw a TikTok and you thought about me? Yeah, because it was Fallout. There's only so many people who like Fallout. Sorry, I saw pretty man, and by pretty man I mean Heisenberg for Resident Evil.
I am a cat. Meow, 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 meow,
Mm.
meow, 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 meow.
I don't know when the last meow was. Oh, that was the last meow. TTS does work today. It does work.
Pikachu, Pikachu.
Yeah, it says Pikachu. I don't think that's right. Pie? Kachu? I love this Lara Croft song. Where the frick is this TikTok? Time for Meowioki. Meow, 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 meow.
Sneep, snarp, glorp, groo, garbino.
Speak your magic words. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Where the freak is this? So much of this is...
Orochi Pikachu. Heh.
Not that... okay, we're gonna go here. That stroke. Did I save it here? No, because I'm a failure. Is it this one? What's the Fallout? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm trying to get to this TikTok edited history and viewed section. I just like too many things. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm just slightly dyslexic. Okay, if I do that... I don't think it was this one, though. What the hell? That's good. Kill. My TikTok feed's gonna be fucked up. Okay, yeah, top liked. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I don't think it's just Fallout. I don't think it's New Vegas. Oh, sorry. I sorry, just triggered my huh.
One of my favorite Chetcat interactions in this Scotland nitrogen monoxide.
Dude, that shit was so fucking funny. That nothing will ever beat that. I had to tell who what? I was playing I think Repo with some of my friends and we were typing in the like little Repo voice and it said something funny. I was like, oh no, TTS says so many funny things. And I told them about that and they were like, no fucking way. I cannot believe that happened in the middle at the start of a fucking horror game that was about to be the most emotional roller coaster we've ever been through. And we started with Scotland nitrogen monoxide. So fucking funny. I couldn't reach for my coffee. I was just like, I keep on chugging my coffee. Oh my god. I keep on chugging it. Okay, no, we're gonna dedicate to, I'm gonna find this TikTok. Literally thought it was so funny. And I was like, oh my god, Doc would like this. Scrolls. The fucking failure I am. Also, this is the Mummy song, The Wrong Side of the River. For those who don't know, I fucking love the Mummy and I love it so much. I have multiple copies of it. My friend just bought me another copy of it. No lie, my friend just bought me another copy of it. I don't need more copies of this fucking movie, but I have the limited edition one. I have the first. No, I don't actually have a copy of the first one like
I
normal.
can't believe Sarah S. Comic decided to rob a daycare in 2008. She thought she could change her identity and hide from the police. But I have found you. You're under arrest.
Why am I under arrest? Whatever. How old was I in 2008? The wrong side of the river. Been rumors going around that you love the Mummy. Oh, the rumors are true. I do love the Mummy. I have the second
I'm
movie,
curious
the
if
third
it'd
movie.
do it with other elements. Scotland, though.
That's what I have. Because I have the second Mummy. I have the third Mummy, which people don't like as much. I still really love it because I eat up that history. I love that ancient history. I have the limited edition of the it has the duo of the first and the second movie, but it's in the book and like you're unlocking the like little door. It's in one of those. Copies of the Mummy on DVD? No freaking way. Yes, I do. I fucking love the Mummy. I literally have them over there. I can see them because they're by my collection of my favorite movies. Mummy DVDs, yes! My friend just bought me another one. Hold on, let me see which one she bought me because I don't remember. At the dark side of the river, wrong side of the river. Oh, that's what she bought me. She bought me a copy of the Mummy Ultimate Collection, so it has all three of them in it, including the Scorpion King. That's okay, but we'll add it in there because I still do adore that story. Just the time of it, you know. It was really fun. I thought it was fucking cool. The fact that we got that like little side story and then they made a movie out of it. Fucking great. For a version of Mummy 2. I'm pretty sure I have another version of the Mummy 2 somewhere, but I just never owned a copy of the first movie. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I know I've watched the first one so many times, so I must have a copy somewhere. I remember watching the second one a lot though, because that one I do have. I literally see that copy. I think I found my tune. I fucking love the Mummy so much. That is, in fact, my bisexual awakening. I love that entire fucking cast. I fucking love them. Dr. Meme Hocus Pocus is a pizza on your focus. What the fuck? DJ Brendan is a new movie, war related. It looks pretty good. Ooh, I have not seen that one. Your guy, Brendan. I fucking love Brendan Fraser. I used to have a huge crush on him. I still do. I love that man. Now he changed from crush to just, I love that man. Like, I adore him. I fucking adore him. Mummy read 3 times Universal last month. No shit, no lie, I wrote. So I went to FanFest recently with my friends. I would have done the same thing because it was a walk-on. It was literally a walk-on ride. We went on it twice and I was like, come on guys, let's go again, let's go again, let's go again. I wanted to go on it again. We only went on it twice though. Did traumatize one of our friends because she does not do roller coasters. Talking about the LA one, yes. Hollywood, Universal Hollywood. Isn't it a fame? I'm so excited for the new Mummy movie though, because it's still technically in talks and works and whatnot. The one I went to, good. One of the best rides there. It is. I do actually really like the Transformers right now. You sure we are the same person? You stealing my fucking identity. Literally only met you because of Deadlock, and now it's just like the Mummy. Only human after all. Used to have a crush on him. He was / is still one of the men that doesn't fit my preference. No, honestly, respect for that, dog. Respect. Because, like, that's Brendan. The Mario ride disappointed me. They cheaped out. Ooh. I can't say much about that because I have not been. When I went to FanFest, it was the first time seeing both Harry Potter Land and the Mario Land, except I ignored Mario Land. It did not go in there. I am super excited for Fast and the Furious. People are saying it's already breaking, which, I mean, it's a brand new ride. It is extremely big. But, like, I expect it to break. Being somebody who worked at attractions before, I kind of expected. Brandland, Big E, I concur. As much as I love and adore it because I grew up with Harry Potter, I concur. It was still really cool seeing the buildings, but also, I won't lie, it's kind of off-putting. Just suddenly, it's just like these buildings covered in snow, and it's very odd for like California weather. Doesn't really match it very well. It's just even if I didn't want to support it, it's very odd. The Mummy 1 and Brenda 2. I almost said Brenda 2. Yes. The Mummy 3, Brendan, still good, but nothing beats Mummy 1, Brendan. Nothing. Oh my god, Evie was so beautiful. I'm gonna cry. She was so beautiful. She was so beautiful. Oh my god. Be fun if some of the profits didn't go to... Yes. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure she gets, I mean, not everything, but like, say, like, a quarter of each one. Fuck yeah. This is why you fit in perfectly right here. Oh god, I got right. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yeah, that's why I had the Harry Potter movies. And I do love that because, like I said, I grew up with it. It is a big portion of like my childhood that I'm like, these are Christmas movies. Don't know why they aren't Christmas related. So I do like them. Oh, yoink, you're right. No. Yoink, got you right. No, give them back. But I don't want to buy any more Harry Potter stuff. I don't. I used to want Harry Potter tattoos. No, not anymore. I don't want to give that turf any money. Don't. I didn't know her. Never knew that. That would be so fucking funny. What the fuck is... What? Actually, what the fuck is her? What is her name? That's really it? You said the other name as a funny meme, haha, but then it actually got me thinking. I was like, wait a minute, what's her actual name? That's weird. That's a Hufflepuffle candle. Hufflepuffle? Don't ask why I said it like that. I'm trying to think the last thing I bought. I think it was back at the end of high school, so like maybe 28, no, 2017. I have some Slytherin shirts. I think that. They're serious. Never thought to ask a JK Yeah, no, that's the moment I had right there. Steve's just like, huh? Wait, she has an actual name. What is it? Island with that Husky human? It's okay, you have me. Mummy. Absolute cinema. I fucking love the Mummy. That's all we need. We just need the Mummy. Everything will be cured. We just We resurrect Emotep and sick him on her, you know? Cinema. Absolute cinema. We get Emotep. Dude, oh my god, no shit, no lie. So I studied art history back the fucking day. One of my earlier art classes I took was visual arts. But in the fucking middle of that, it was talking about a lot about ads and how things are portrayed in movies and whatnot, and visual representation of art. But one of the things she talked about was the fucking mummy, because she was talking about an architect, a fucking architect from ancient Egypt, and his name was Emotep because he's a real fucking person. But so she made a joke about it. And I was like, oh my, I was the only fucking one who understood. Anyways, go get food, have fun, come back to us whenever you want, have fun looking. Get your food. Hopefully it's good. I still will never get over that. I'm still looking for this fucking TikTok too. Like she only goes to JK and not Joanne is because the publisher said her books wouldn't sell if they were written by a woman. That's fucking crazy too. Like, no justice for her because I don't like her, but justice for her of like, nah, they would have sold. I know times were harder back then, but I think they still would have sold. It was a kid's book. It's not like it was that's crazy. That's crazy works. Justice for women for that. That women can't write fantasy. Hated. She doesn't believe a lot of people exist, because also, what do you mean the only Asian character she wrote in there was named Cho Chang? Until JK came along. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy though. Like, that's so rude. I would get a different publisher if that was my case. Don't have rights nor to exist. It's okay. You're a ghost. You don't need anybody's permission to exist. What a fucking name. What a fucking name. I don't exist either because I'm yeah. Yeah. I did think some women had written good fantasy before, but I'm not knowledgeable about. We can go into that right now. Hold on, you want to go into that? Because I honestly, in the fantasy aspect, I actually don't know how much women wrote that, because there is like Jane Austen. There are amazing like women writers. We're just gonna go with that word. I can't speak anything else. But I don't, to my knowledge, I don't know any fantasy. Classic fantasy authors. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck that was. I hate this AI overview, but I kind of need it right now. Okay, yeah, we do have some. Wait, I thought that was... Oh, I guess it is House Moving Castle, which also was a kid's book, technically. Made. Oh wow, yeah, the House Moving Castle, which is a whole series of books. I think there's 3, all written by a woman. Huh. Major pop culture success. House Moving Castle. We got her. We got one. Because that came out in 1986, that first one. The rest of them, I mean, the other ones seem popular, but like, I fucking love Inuyasha. I fucking love Inuyasha. And that is written. That is written by a female. But a book yesterday. Ooh, what book did you pick up? I'm trying to find. It's hard to find like older books to see like who shaped fantasy, because like you got like The Hobbit, the fucking Lord of the Rings, like all those, even Game of Thrones, a little bit newer, but still helped shape a lot of it. Gorgeous cover. Ooh, okay, I do love that book. 3 books on Monday. Hee 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 hee. Good. I support more books. Let's try this one. Okay, these are older books. See, these ones I would believe are popular, but I don't know them that well. The House Moving Castle is probably like our only bet that are still really popular. But damn. Yes, I would like to see the pretty book. I would like to see it very much. I'm gonna continue scrolling for this TikTok. Not gonna lie. I will find it. I will find it. Oh, that's the TikTok about Brendan Fraser being at the Mummy in Hollywood. Fender of sci-fi genre. We do like. We do like her. We do like her. Then 19. Robinson wrote. He was there as one of your favorite Studio Ghibli movie. Ooh, interesting. Started cross-stitching last week. How is that going for you, Haunted? Pretty book. Pretty book posted. Pretty book. I'm running to you. Ooh, that is very pretty. I like that very much. I like the edging of it. I like that a lot. I like it a lot. Exhausted making food. Good. I say we don't do Resident Evil today, and that's perfectly fine. Because I think you need more rest. Not even more rest. I think you just need a rest. You had a train ride today. That's a hell of a train ride. All the classicals in the same style of cover, and I want them. There is, it's Barnes & Noble here. I think we have 3 different collections of classical books, but they're all so pretty, but they all have like their style, so it's ever so slightly different with all of them, but they're so pretty. I do really like them. Oh, I forgot about Glen Powell. Maybe I haven't been finding it rather fun and kind of easy. Hell yeah! Honestly, I feel like it's just getting the hang of it, and slowly it'll get better. Oh, I love that. I love that when I get paid, I'm sending Quiet on a mission. Quiet, you must obtain them. No, I love that. Honestly, that's so real. Because I might send my mom on a mission to buy me some more books when she's over in England in a couple of weeks. Truth be told, I might send my best friend, because she's moving there, on a little mission to be like, hey, could you pick up me these books? Stones are cloth-bound hardback ones. God, so they're so pretty. Ooh, I need to come visit just to come look at the books again, because there are some covers that are so pretty over there. My friend, my best friend who loves books, Justine, she was saying she buys from this one website that is books from you guys over there, Europe edition books, with no charge of shipping. And I'm like, ooh, that sounds delicious. On a mission to buy them and then send them to me? No, real as hell. I trust in Quiet to get this mission done. In books, we trust in Quiet. Want to read the Harry Potter books? But it's just both Jackie's activities. Should I not? Ooh, I will say. So this is the one thing for me. So like I was saying earlier, I have the Harry Potter movies. I am technically actually missing the very last one, which I do love, and I would really like to own that one. I'm not going to buy from a store. So the alternative is to thrift them, or I can give you another website specifically for books. But if you buy them secondhand, you're not giving her any money. So if you do actually want to read them, which I think is honestly really fun, and it's a long series to go through, yeah, buy secondhand. If since you're from the States, because I don't know how it I don't know where they actually come from. I use thrift books online, and then you can find editions that are like new. They have some that are beaten up. I have I think it's in there. I have some of these, like Alice in the Land of Hearts or whatnot, that collection. Some of them end up being library bound, so they have like edging on it because they were used to be in a library. So thrift books is really fun. I do like that. If you have thrift stores in person, you can check that. But yeah, series completely. Death to the series is death to the author. So true. I will say I do want all the movies, but that's just the collector of movies in me. And I think I'm literally missing just the last one. And I would like to watch that again because I will say it is better to buy the movie in hand, like secondhand, specifically with this series. Because also when you watch things online, it will give them money. Because essentially, this stream service, whatever service is, has to pay for that to be able to stream on that. And whoever owns that does get profit how much it gets streamed. So it is better to watch movies and stuff like that in hand if you have them. It is a good one. Yeah, I do really want to rewatch it again. So I do need to actually get my hands on one of those. A fucked up book fact? Why, yes. But also, I do stand by Kai's fact. Death to the series. It's just very unfortunate that so much of this series was a lot of our childhood. And I really hate that because, like, damn. She shaped a whole generation with this like magical creation, and then she turned out to be a fucking trash human. I'm still looking for this TikTok. Part 2 pissed me off. Now the bookends. I won't say anything, I promise. Okay, fair. See, I'm curious to read because I know a lot of things that did change. So I'm curious, except I will say I have no interest in actually reading it. So I'm spared. But I do want the last one because I'm pretty sure I have them all. They're in the back. But yeah, I will say if there's ever a series or even like movie or books, music is harder because I'm like, just don't listen to them. Don't listen to them ever again. Buying secondhand always helps. Even with clothing companies, if you like certain fabrics and whatnot, but you don't want to actually buy from that company and you just want to be more sustainable, secondhand is always good. It's an like I knew she was bad, but like hearing more and more is just like it just piles it on more and more of how bad. It just reassures of how bad she is, you know? Ugh. Let's see. I'm curious. I'm still looking for that TikTok. I haven't found it yet. I keep on getting distracted. How much does okay. Okay. I'm curious how much like movies make from streaming services. So I'm very curious. Even if they don't make money from views, the demand of it, then they have to pay. Okay. No matter what, she does get money from it somehow. After film 3, so much changes. I will say, like, as a kid watching only the movies, because I didn't read the books, I had a bad attention span. I thought they were really fun and really good. It really sucks to me how much somebody, like, not even just for Harry Potter, in other things, in other cases, nobody wants to, like, follow the book. Nobody wants to follow the information. Some creative liberty, I love creative liberty, just adding a little bit of like your own twist to it and whatnot. But like, man, they always want to change major things. Okay, let me read. Just a blood to have the Quran written. And they split. Oh, this has been the phase of the Muslims. The Quran cannot be written in blood because it goes against their religion. Okay, fortunately, due to their religion, they cannot burn the Quran. That's so mean. That's so fucked up. And he partnered with friend George to cause mischief. Wait, but that's so cool. Okay. Specifically talking about Harry Potter, going to Harry Potter Land at Universal. Because that just reminding me of it. Moaning Myrtle in every single bathroom. I think I talked about it last stream, but I don't know if Kai got to hear it. Moaning Myrtle is in every single fucking bathroom when you go, so you're just hearing Moaning Myrtle noises as you're trying to go to the bathroom. It's an experience. But yeah, I don't know why. What is that? It's kind of scary. People loving the Moaning Myrtle. I do love Moaning Myrtle, but like trying to enjoy my bathroom time. It's just not to worry about things, you know? And then I just have Moaning Myrtle in my ear. It's got Moaning Myrtle. Where the frick is this TikTok? I'm gonna have to really scroll for it. I think I've been on TikTok a little bit too much recently. I know I liked it. I don't think it's this far back. I'll find it another time. Nope. One more scroll. One more scroll. Do do. Bow, bow, bow. Daddy, daddy, do. Oshina sa. Ana daddy, sube the girl. Ayani, takeri, kira, kira, moetesh. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, closing. Okay. How the egg works in the book 4 is different. That I do know. I do know that one is different. I don't remember how it's different. I just remember that as I'm pretty sure in high school learning about that. I don't remember the actual differences, but I do remember that one being different. And by that, I remember people telling me. Not my dermatologist. Fuck yeah, with the 3 stream streak. Thank you, Mass. Or however I should say your name. Let me know. 39 containment. Hell yeah. Sorry, I'm checking on the fire that's down the street for me. The whole thing with the campaign, camping in book 7 is completely different. It's book 7. Okay. Yes. I had to look at the cover and then piece together what fucking movie that was. I had to do Jungle Gyms in my brain. I had to do the Jungle Gyms. That makes sense. Which kind of sucks, because, like, they were doing... Also, I must go back to work. Be safe, Doc. Have a good time. Come back to us if you can, but be safe. Also, I guess I suppose I should start the game soon as well. But that's crazy. I think, like, my favorite way that something that is adapted from something has done, which I can't say too much because I literally have not watched it all, but I liked how the Fallout series took from Fallout of certain aspects from the game and then also took Easter eggs, characters, and storylines from it and put it in, but they made it their own thing, so it doesn't change anything, but it's done in their own style. And I think that was such a good way to do it instead of trying to exact replicate something, because nobody can do anything now. It's a change I actually like. I won't say unless you tell me. Fair. I'll keep it spoiler free here since Steve wants to read them. But that's fair. I mean, so, like I said, some changes are good and some creative liberties where it's like, okay, that was actually a better change. I like that much more. But yeah. Name is pronounced. Yes, it's spelled differently. So is it like I miss? I'm really bad at reading things out. So I do apologize. But either way, oh, I just started addressing you by your numbers. 1736. 17, yeah. Well, welcome in anyways. With the Resident Evil movie trailer, since we were talking about adaptation. Okay. So the new Resident Evil movie, I actually have very high hopes for it. One, I really like the director, and I was been hearing stuff from a friend that it looks really good. It's our DM. DM of Sliding has provided me some info. Nothing that spoils the actual thing, just like words from their brother saying like, oh, this looks really good in it. It's balance of this. So I have high hopes for it because he does a lot of practical stuff balanced with some CGI. And that's what I got reassurance on too. It's just like, yeah, it looks really good and balanced for that. So I'm very hopeful for that. Ames. Thanks for putting it stupid. I needed it like that. I mean, do just need to put it in stupid. Thank you though. Okay, so it's Ames. Wow, I'm stupid. I can't read. I'm illiterate. Imagine that AI is. It's like Amy. Amy. So I don't know why I put an R there. That's fair. Sorry, now I'm going back to like name and like analyzing it. Okay. We got there. Woo! But yeah, I'm very hopeful for the Resident Evil movie. Look like anything to do with Resident Evil, but it looks like a good horror movie. Yeah, I feel like that's a weird balance, which I will say. Thank you. Today she's gonna go see the Backrooms films. I said, I'm a fuck yeah. I'm seeing it Thursday, the Thursday that it comes out. I'm very excited for Backrooms. As for the Resident Evil stuff, I will say, because a lot of fandom is very upset that it's not like a main character from the game. It doesn't seem to be following exactly from the game. It's following the story of Resident Evil 2. So the outbreak into it's just some random citizen, some random guy dealing with it. So I have high hopes for it. But because I was watching Jurassic World Dominion. I think that's the one. So it's the third one in the Jurassic World series. And like, holy shit. Like, I enjoyed the movie the first time around I watched it, and I still did enjoy it because dinosaurs. But like, that was just glorified like fan porn because it was reciting lines from the old movies, recreating exact scenes from the old movies, recreating same scenarios and tropes from the previous movies because now it's with the new cast and the old cast. And I'm like, it just kind of reminded me of the talk with a lot of Resident Evil fans that like that's essentially what they wanted from a movie, but it's like, no, I actually would like somebody's rendition of Resident Evil. And I think this one would be really fun, and he does a really good with like horrifying creatures. Weapons didn't show it, but Barbarian, that was fucking creepy as hell. So yeah. The only one that does it. I'm glad. I am just really bad with names. I don't know how to sound out words. As a sheep on it. I thought it was silly goofy. Both cried so many times. My dad really wants to see it, so I think I need to go take him to see it. Maybe I go on Tuesday or something. I need to go take him to see it though. I meant to take him this week, but then I didn't. I instead cleaned my room. Directing it is a fan of Resident Evil, and he wanted to make a feeling of Resident Evil world. Yeah, which I think I kind of like that a lot better. As much as I really like getting all of the like I want to see a rendition of like the actual characters really good because I think it can go into the lore so well. But I think everybody just keeps on taking it too much. Welcome to Raccoon City. Fucking great. It was stupid campy. Still have it peeved that they combined 1 and 2. They should have done 2 and 3 or 0 and 1. That's my only peeve for it, but that was so fun. It was so stupid. It was great. Welcome back. Oh, fuck yeah. I fucking love pizza. Doesn't often tend to not work well with video games. Yeah. And I feel like I like this more rendition of how it is. I do hope we get little snippets of like maybe hearing about Leon or whatever, or some of the other characters, because I think that would be fun. But like, I don't want just nostalgia porn. Because after watching the Jurassic Park World 3, I was like, oh my god, this is really bad. because there are so many signs. When I noticed it was really bad was when they had is her name Ellie? Hold on, it's not Ellie. That's a
It is Dominion.
It is Ellie Sattler. When she went to go examine the field, she stood up on a tractor and they one for one recreated her taking off her glasses and looking shocked like in the first movie. But I haven't seen it since. Yeah, see, no, same, Steve. Honestly, I still enjoyed it. It's really fun. I do like the movie a lot. We see a lot more of like different types of raptors, and I love raptors. But like, there's so many scenes in that movie that they just tried to recreate one for one of from the original. And like I said, it's like the same tropes that they try to recreate and the same exact lines that they want to drop again. Like, oh, this is the line from the first movie. It's really bad. It's still really fun, and I still like it because that is ours. But like, the concept of original stories is going away because everybody's just reusing material. So I can appreciate that. I fucking forget the director's name for the Resident Evil movie, but that he's like doing something else. Jurassic Park? I remember Jurassic Park. You remember Jurassic Park? I give you Jurassic Park lines. Love Jurassic Park. Also, yes. What kind of pizza did you have? Eyebrows. What type did you get? But yeah, so I think I'm gonna enjoy it. If not, I think it's gonna be a fun zombie horror movie. So I am quite excited for that. But I think people need to stop being so hard on it, but because they just want nostalgia. They just want everything thrown into it. I'd rather have an original story than just straight nostalgia, which I haven't seen it, but the Obsession movie, I really want to see that. I've been hearing a lot of good things about it, but then I was getting all the behind the scenes and I was getting the costume designer on TikTok breaking down the costumes. And that was really fucking cool getting to see that and how much depth she put into just the costumes. Really fucking cool. I love symbolism in costumes, and she did a lot of symbolisms and like storytelling through the costumes, and I think that's really freaking cool. I also realized I still gotta play the game. I'm gonna open up Control, and we're gonna play some Control today. Because I can easily talk while we play Control. I ain't gonna lie, that was a lot louder than I thought it was. I know I added, oh, it was to the bits one. There's a new sound on the bits. I forget what it was. Anyways, thank you, Lord Funny, for the alien screech. That was a lot louder than I expected. I have my good earbuds in. I haven't worn my overhead headphones in a while. They aren't as loud as these. Sorry, no, is it? No, don't worry about it. Truth be told, we just went on a rant about the residents anyways. They're quite evil. It's okay. It's been a funky week. My head slightly hurts, so Control is probably a better idea for me anyways. Truth be told, I should be playing Resident Evil Requiem because we have the fucking... I have the Insanity run I need to do. I'll put a vote. We can play Resident Evil Do I want to play Insanity right now? I think I should just play Control. Because the Control is easier. Control is so much easier because it's on a normal. Insanity, I have to think about my plot. And like what I need to save. That Insanity run is going to get done. Just not as fast as it should. I think the Leon portion of the game is going to go past really fast, but unfortunately... Where am I in the game? Where did we leave off? I fear that I have gotten far in my Insanity run. Actually, I'm gonna snoop really quickly before we start Control. Zombie. I fear that where I left off was a good point to leave off. But I feel like... Okay, there's that one. Okay, this is the only time we played it, because I think I've only played it once because I have not changed, Oh, I forgot I made her Cheryl. I think, if I'm right, I have a few steps before I go down below into the dark zone, and I don't think I'm mentally ready for that. So we're gonna play some Control. But there's something. Oh yes, let me do your roll. Shake, shake, shaky. That makes sense. So you got an 8, and that's because you're physically fucking tired and everything, you know, bro. Anyways, you got a 17 and a 19 because, like, you are good. You've had a great weekend and everything. Or week. I don't know what day. Week. It's not the weekend right now. I forgot what day it is. I have a fucking late shift tomorrow. I'm gonna play daisies right now. Such a good week? Yeah. You're just tired, but it's that, like, it's the good tired. You're just fucking exhausted, and now it's time to recuperate. Was that was your last trip before you guys can, where you can't hang out until I think September, you said? Did this change? After me. I hope that doesn't mess that up. Behind. Trying to make sure everything's changing right. The sun don't shine. That game was so loud. Nope, we're not playing Deadlock today. Here, we're gonna pause that because this will be up. This is weird not being on a controller because besides Deadlock, I've only been playing really Dark Souls. A couple other games, but like Dark Souls has been the main thing, so that's why I actually have my controller here. So that's been fun, but like now I'm not used to my keyboard. I'm getting used to the controller though. I'm still shit at the game. We definitely are struggling with a boss. Oh, I forgot I got the gold. I got the gold. I got the gold suit. Oh, I forgot to tell that. I wanted to check something. Yes, that's what I thought. Recording off. Get that out of here. Now I don't know what the hell I was doing. Do I have any abilities? I do. I think I put on my lip gloss now because I've been drinking enough of my coffee. This lip gloss smells so nice, bro. How do I play this game? G. Did I get new ones for this? Do I have other options? I have the spin, which seems quite nice. Oh shit, bro. What's this? Accuracy? Sure, let's try that. Okay, so I'm getting new ones there. Ooh, I'm getting new ones of this. Ooh, that's what I have. Let's do this one and we'll change that to this. Yeah, so that makes that better. What do I have right now? Energy recovery speed. Let's try that one. Okay. Go look. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read my day shit. Yes, you go lurk. We will be here. I will be figuring out what the hell I'm doing. Energy within. Investigate the safe room. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out the anchor. Anchor? I hardly know her. The main goal is that one. She's still working on the antidote. I don't know when she's gonna be done with that. About more Yuri. Ooh, tell us how it goes. Or which Yuri? Is it still the same? Is it still the same story? I know I fast travel away, but I'm gonna fast travel back. Because I'm curious. I'm gonna go from here. I'm gonna come from the other side. See if I can figure that out. If not, no lie, no good. It's this way. I almost want to look up because I was very confused about it. Just all that. That's all that. Okay.
Oh, brother.
That's that video. I think this wasn't really the way I needed to go, but I've gone this way before. Did I pick up that? No lie, that was scary. No, you know what? Bye.
This is the safe room Will showed me. The one with the altered item inside.
Okay, it's
Great.
closing.
More clocks.
There's a whole bunch of clocks. Okay. Fucking music's stressing me out. Okay. Shit. I forgot the buttons. Isn't there a safe spot there? But I can't teleport to that one. I don't know where it spawns me from. I should remember the buttons before I jump into the abyss. Oopsie. Okay. Scared the shit out of me. I didn't know I could do that. Oh, so I think as I upgraded it, I can break things now when I do that. I wonder how far I can dash. I think that's my problem. Oh, great. Now I should deal with it. Oh, I see. I didn't realize that's what type of gun this was. Well, you know what? Oh, I'm stuck. Stuck on a little ledge. How do I... Nope. Nope. Okay, so one of the buttons was the right one. No. Okay, it's F. I really should learn my fucking buttons. Oh, I hate those
This is the safe room Will
shits.
showed me. The one with the altered item inside. Great. More clocks.
I mean, she says the clocks. I feel like something is about the clocks, but I don't know. So I get to here.
How am I supposed to get across that?
Oh. There's a whole bunch of stuff up there. There's something there, and there's something there. The anchor is there. Heading back to work? Oh, no worries. Have a good day at work. Freaking explodes. I just... Oh, shit, the wrong button. Because I can't travel that far. Hmm. I want it. Because the only way I can... Astral... What if I look it up? Ah, no lie, no cap. I have something saved. I do have something saved. It's a recent application. I fucking knew it. Okay, I can't be here. I mean, I can, but I can't. Let me reset where I need to go. Because I do need another altered item. That's not where I need to go. I'm gonna do that one. Contamination sector. Oh, wrong button. This is gonna be the game of me pressing all wrong. Is there one by security? No. I wonder where that one is. I kind of figured it was something that I was missing because there's no way. Oh, that was loud in my ear. Is this supposed to be my safe zone? Oh, I didn't wait. This game is really loud. That is a nice gun. Oop, hi Fire, how are you? Okay, so we're gonna be going... We're going this way. Hello, hello, how was your day? Meh, you know, fair. That's okay. It do be that way. Oh. I feel... Oh, that was horrifying. I was just pausing to turn down the audio just a little bit. I think dialogue is fine. I didn't even get to see what zone that... Oh. Oh my god. Trash can. I can't press the right buttons. How do I? No. Oh, yippee. Okay, how do I? Okay. I don't remember any. It hasn't been that long since I played this game, but it's been long enough that I don't remember the buttons, and it happens every freaking time. Doop. Doop, 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 doop. Man, I just be thinking about Deadlock. Oh, I could have put him in a wheelchair. Kabuta. Put him in a wheelchair. Kabuta. Take away his legs. Now the game feels too low, but I can physically turn it up. I think it's probably better for you guys. I do. Ooh, energy recovery. That's the wrong button. This is the one I need to hit. That is kind of the one I prefer. Oh, but I have that. Let me... We are getting a lot better ones. Shield strength is probably really good for me, truth be told, because I'm kind of shit. Let me go here. We still have a lot of space. I don't know if I like spin. Spin is kind of fun, but oh, how rather interesting. Oh, how rather interesting. Maybe I should have stood a little bit farther back. Okay, so there's a lot of mold here. I don't know if I should be here if there's a mold. No mold, people. No, no, no. Mold. The deceased was a redacted year-old, redacted, with no significant past medical history. The subject was brought in after being discovered in the active threshold in the early stage of decay. That is fungal based in its appearance. Oh, cause of death, mold ingestion. Doubloons.
Doubloons for the Saradaku shirts.
Yes. The doubloons, thank
Doubloons
you.
for the Saradaku is hearts.
Why did it say it? It said doubloons like a dab. Like you dabbing me up. Anyways, hi Quiet. Hello, how are you? Also, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you, thank you. Plink, plink, plonk. Blink, blink. I love the little plink, blink. Also, plink, plink, plonk is Dark Souls. I finally did that, boss. Okay, mold threshold. We're learning about mold. And crunchy. Not the crunchy. But that's good. Hopefully gym was good. I'd be good. I'd be doing a lot better. I had like okay, I say this with grace that I had a mental breakdown yesterday. It was, oh my god. It wasn't a mental breakdown, but I was just losing my mind. But I had a good day yesterday. It was still good, and I'm doing better today. Oh, good heavens. I have the little I have the whoa. Oh, I completely missed him. I have this little brain disease of I like to overthink and make sense of things, and I'm like, I need the answers to make sense of that. I don't, but my brain likes to. Huh? Oh, what? Oh, you! Over there. I forgot they really hurt. Oh my god, that really hurt. Okay, so we need to explode over here. Oh my Jesus Christ. No, put it down, me. Put it down. You're gonna explode yourself. Go back in here. Pick up the health on the floor and don't explode yourself. Explode. I'm about to implode. Implode. But yes, I'm doing much better. Just a little bit of change of perspective. It's all of perspective as... Come here. Wheelchair for you. As Johnny Cage said in Mortal Kombat. Perspective. And by that, he definitely didn't say it. But you know, he said it. The spooky little words are happening again. But I hope you're doing good. I hope you had a good trip too. You didn't go anywhere, but you had visitor. Oh, oopsie. There's something over here. See that through the wall. You could see it through the wall. Contamination zone. Contamination. There's something literally through the wall. That light is... Can I break it? That's a really strong computer. Very fun. Good, 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 good. I'm glad, I'm glad. I'm so happy. So happy for you both. Happy, happy, happy. Happy, 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 happy. Really, extremely happy. We're playing Control. I told Kai to rest. But my brain is also like, Deadlock. Deadlock. I don't need to play more Deadlock, but my brain is always just saying Deadlock. I forgot I'm playing a horror game and then scary things keep on happening. Exactly. Ooh, I heard. Is it is you? Sorry, scrolling. Oh, jeez. Are you gonna go see the Backrooms movie? Are you going to go see it? Kai said your sister is gonna go see it, but are you? And or are you excited for it? We were big talking about movies earlier. About the Resident Evil movie. Is this where I came from? No. I did not come from here. Oh. It's Dr. Darlin.
August 4th, 1960.
Tempted? Okay.
We discovered the oldest house.
I can't say anything because it's not like I've seen it because it's not out yet. I have tickets to go see it. Technically, I hate it. I hate that midnight releases are no longer midnight releases. The midnight releases come out 4 p.m. the day before, but technically seeing it the early releases, I'm seeing it 6:45 with B. I literally bought the tickets and she's like, oh, you bought both of them. I was like, yes, we must secure the tickets now. I love Dr. Darling so much.
It's unstable, shifting. Note, for more details on control points and the research and process to stabilize and secure the core sectors, refer to a separate presentation. After extensive research and investigation,
just smiling there.
Building its headquarters on November 13th, 1968. The Federal Bureau of Control was never out in the open. This was always an obfuscated, classified top secret operation.
I love Dr. Darling.
So imagine our surprise when the building's observation-resistant aspects began in some unquantifiable way to affect the world.
Is that it, Mr. Darling? Oh, yes, it is. Okay, there's a lot of explosions in here. I like this gold suit. I forget what else we got from it, but hey, I'm happy with the gold suit. Presentation 240. Oh. Well, they should have listened to Dr. Darling. Put on his little things.
P6 is what the Bureau calls Dylan. His cell's been breached.
Oh.
Are you there with him? Can you protect him?
Who took my brother? Opinion and make okay, fair. No, that's fair, actually. I think I am very excited for it and have a lot of trust in it. I've been seeing a lot of interviews of, I want to call him Mr. Pixel himself, Kane Pixels. And so it does make me very excited for it. Oh. That was alarming. This in fact was an alarm. But so I have some like high hopes for it. It's not spoilers, but like it seems to be a practical effect for whatever entity they put into it, whatever entity they decide to use, because they have a performer for it. And he's the really tall. Oh, I already got this. Literally was just here. So I'm kind of mortified. I'm kind of mortified from that. The fact that I learned that by accident. But it makes me even more excited for it. When... over to the side. Posture check? Okay, okay. I say it was okay as I don't adjust. Ugh. Oh, I think it's locked right now. Do I have the key for it? Oh, that's where these... No, I don't have... Because that's what would have led me over there. And I don't think I can do anything over there. Oh my god. Hey, this one still has... Interesting. I guess because that's an older picture that of, like, not who the current director is. Because all the current director pictures changed to my face. Which is quite jarring. Okay, rule of 3. One. Oh! I don't like this rule of 3. I didn't like that rule of 3. Oh. Oh, okay, we're upside down. That one has a lamp, okay. How unnerving. Casino. I want to go into the casino. The blue. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay. Wait a goddamn minute. Did I solve it? Oh. Hold on. This doesn't seem right that I saw. That doesn't seem right of how I solved that. Also, who's screaming in here? Oh, I guess I considered that I was turning it, that it said, oh yeah, you mean to turn it all the way around. Okay. Okay, rule of 3. I don't think I really enjoy the rule of 3 anymore.
It's been a long time since Dylan and I knew each other. I've wondered about him. What kind of man he'd grow up to be.
You bastard! Hydrate!
Things as hard
Hydrate,
for
thank
him
you.
as they were for me. Maybe in here.
I genuinely might need to go take some medicine. I'm actually gonna take... Hello? Wait, that was the worst time ever to, like, lock out of the game. Oh no, that's our favorite janitor. That's not our janitor. I don't know who this man is.
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry,
Is
he has the
there
worst
something I can help you
haircut
with?
ever.
I'm Jessie, the new director. I need to get inside.
New director. Right. Well, okay. Hello, I'm Frederick Langston, the Panopticon supervisor. It's not the best time for a tour. We have hiss everywhere, numerous cell breaches, and system failures across the board, but you're the director, so here we go. Founded by Zachariah Trench, the Panopticon is our state-of-the-art repository for all altered items,
don't have time for
objects
this.
of power, and...
I was told Dylan Faden was kept here. Can you help me find him?
Faden. Sure. Darling wanted him somewhere secure and isolated away from people. He's in the maximum security cells, upper level. But there's currently a pressing matter, ma'am. We've got an object of power loose in there. It's wrecking the place. The Benikoff TV,
Oh my
it's a real
god.
doozy.
We had to claim a TV.
Salvador took a team in to handle it, but no one's heard from them for hours. This is a Category 5 OOP we're talking about, and if we
I will
don't contain
absorb it and
soon,
put it in my
will tear
pockets.
the Panopticon apart. And we don't want all those altered items getting loose, ma'am. No, trust me.
Dylan's in there. Open the door, Langston. I'll handle it.
If you say so. I usually tell first-timers not to touch anything, so, just do that. Here, I'll get the door for you. And please, ma'am, call me Fred.
Thanks, Langston.
Honestly, good choice. Good choice, man. I don't even want to talk to him. Let me in.
The Panopticon. Dylan's close. But that object of power might wreck this place before I find him.
What the hell is the TV's power? I love how those things move. Did I get anything? No. Still just... Oh. Okay. Oh, well, yes. Oh. No, my worst enemies. I kind of like the other one better. Oh my god! I sideswiped him with the man's body. That's pretty freaking cool. I don't think I like it down here. I'm going back up. Don't actually know where I'm going. Dodge efficiency. I should dodge thing more. Ooh. A mailbox. I can't go in. Why can't I absorb them all, please? What is this one? A picnic basket. I wonder what that one does. What do we have here? A fan. Wow. Oh, I can't pop. Oh my god. What do we have here? A hammer. A sledge. I want to say sledgehammer. I am not actually entirely sure. One's crossed out. Oh, I'm in an elevator. Hold on. I don't know where I'm going. 4th floor. Am I on 4th floor? I am not.
Something went wrong with the Bureau's plan to make Dylan the next director. Marshall made it sound like it was all Dylan's fault, but how much of it was what
Kind
the
of want
Bureau
some more
did to him?
coffee.
I
But
don't think
there was
she's
no
telling me.
coffee in the... What's her name? Her name's like Pope. Emily? Pope. I don't know. There's no more coffee in the coffee pot, though. Oh, hello. Okay, goodbye. Hello. Goodbye. Oh. Oh, we're about to meet our friend that's... Oh, what do we have here? Nothing. Does it slowly drain?
Hello? Is anyone there?
Oh.
What
Oh,
are
this
you
is
doing
kind of
in there?
fucked, bro.
Oh, thank God. Look, someone has to watch this object at all times, or it deviates. My shift replacement never showed up. Can you help me?
Damn. I can't. I'm sorry. There's an emergency. I'll come back. I promise.
Okay, just don't forget. I can't stare at this thing much longer.
Hold on, what's this poor man's fridge duty? That sucks. What do you mean he's just been sitting here as all this is happening? Blinks or refrigerate will deviate. What do you mean? Okay. Assist the agent? I don't know what you... I don't even know what that means. How do I assist him? Assist the agent after Dylan has been... Oh, after? Wait, so that's that. The agent has been left to stare at the refrigerator at him. He can't stare much longer, but if he blinks, the refrigerator will deviate. Assist the agent in the... cell after Dylan has been found. 4th floor. Okay. So we need to do this first. I feel like that's more urgent, but okay. What do we have in there? Nothing. Oh. Stop dodging my things. You. I pelted them. I think one of the human. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm just throwing everything at them. They can't stop me if I just keep throwing things, right? Oh, hey, that doesn't look good in there. I think they're all dead.
That's the object of power.
Oh, this...
I need to cleanse it.
What's a TV do? Why is the TV losing its brain? Where am I going? I don't think this is good. Man, I want to do a deep dive in SCP lore again. Early SCPs. Oh, I don't think the TV likes us. That's really fucking cool, though. Oh. Okay, so we're following the TV. I keep on thinking there's a cat there, but there's not. Can I have my mouse? Oh. This is really cool. Oh, good heavens. That doesn't look good. I don't know. Oh, they're his health bar. They're his health bar? Hmm. I need. Ooh. Bonk. Bing bang boom. Aww. Please die, sir. You have a friend up there too. Oh my good heavens. Where's the other guy? I'm not gonna lie, that shield is pretty good. Where's he at? Oh. Bonk. What's behind me?
That thing was
Oh, he's
Salvador,
dead?
the head of
So the
security.
TV?
His team
TV
didn't
glow
stand a
type shit?
chance
TV glow
against
type
us.
shit, yeah.
No one here
Salvador?
does.
What the fuck you talking about, Jesse? Hi, Jordy. I locked in. Not really.
Okay.
What's over here?
TV. Another object of power gone nuts.
Ooh, that's about the anchor. I wonder if this is... Please give me levitation. I miss old TV. I miss old TV static. It's probably not good for us. I don't know, but it was fun. It is levitate. It is exactly what I need. Oh. I could fly. Oh, great. She looks like her little arms. Falling slow, steadily control descent. Interesting. Yeah, I like all these like training grounds. These are really cool. Woohoo! Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
Dealt
the
with the
TV.
TV.
The TV.
Now I can find Dylan.
Oh, sure, yeah, we can find Dylan, yeah. Oh, sorry. She broke her ankles. Oh, fuck. Okay, first time levitator. Oh, okay. I don't want to find Dylan after Dylan jump scared me with his bald head. Dude. Oh. Hey. Okay, that was... You. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't mean to almost die. I didn't mean to almost die. Hey, there's a whole bunch of health there. It's fine. But I feel like Mr. Fridge Guy is gonna die if we don't help him before we help Dylan. And I don't mind. No, you're shitting me, bro. I don't want to deal with you. Oh, doesn't want me to go up there. Can I go check on Fridge Guy? I kind of want to check on Fridge Guy before anything. Because he doesn't seem like he's gonna last. Oh, they're fighting up there. How unfortunate for him. How's he doing? He's doing fine. He's locked in. He's locked into staring to that fridge. So he can't blink at all? Is he like doing like the one eye blink, open, other eye blink, open? You know? Why is the fridge jelly bean from SCP? Okay, where am I? Where are the stairs? P6 cell. That's where we need to go. We're on the 6th floor. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. He scared the shit out of me. I didn't see him there. Oh, that's why the music was still going. That's the swan. That's the swan. I really want the abilities of the swan. I won't lie. Okay, what was over here? Okay. And my little things. Shield efficiency. Oh, is it? Oh, get well soon balloons. I wonder what those do. Imagine I cast sickness upon my foes. This is the stupid swan one. Oh, I really want that one. I forget the exact story for it, but it was so funny. Ah, the water cooler. What do we got in this one? Ah, the crowbar. Ah, a dead person. Maximum security. I don't think Dylan's here. I don't think Dylan's here. There's a lot of dead bodies, ma'am. There's a lot of dead bodies, ma'am. I don't know if he's here anymore.
Hello?
I'm stuck in the box.
Can you hear me? Jesse,
Yeah?
are you there?
Oh.
Jesse,
Emily? He's gone. Dylan isn't here. He might be nearby. Or maybe the hiss got to him. I don't know.
Jesse, listen. Dylan's here. With us.
Oh.
He just walked in. He says he is giving himself up. He's been affected by the hiss, but he is different than the others. We must isolate him.
I'm on my way.
There's his bald head that jump scared me.
We need to get back. I have to see my brother.
I can't go in there. Yeah, but it's a little creepy that he wrote your name like that. What achievement did I just get? I'm gonna go through all these. He killed everybody and wrote my name on the frickin' wall in blood? Goop? Question mark? One of the two? Something? I don't know. Creepily? You're telling me people had to watch him? Ew. All of the parties. All of the parties. This is like one of those cases in... Oh my god, yeah, because I haven't seen that. The new, The Mummy horror movie that came out. Why did they bring home that little girl that early? Like, I mean, nothing sane about that girl at all. And you brought her home? It's crazy. Please let me out now. He's already out. I don't think we need these safety precautions. Can I help, Mr. Okay, we're gonna do something ballsy. I don't want to have to like climb down stairs or elevators. Where is he? He should be right here.
Keep your eyes open.
Hey, what can I do?
Oh, you're back. Oh, thank you, thank you. If I look away, I don't know what this thing will do. You have to get me out of here. The door can only be opened by the Panopticon supervisor.
I'm the director.
If he's still around.
Langston. Yeah, I know him. I'll go ask him how to get you out.
Please hurry. My eyes. They can't. They can't.
Hey, calm down. Just focus. What's your name?
Focus. Right. My
Lock
name's
the
Philip,
fuck in, soldier.
and I think I can hold on for a bit. It's just my eyes. My eyes hurt so much.
Just hang on, Philip.
Okay, I gotta go. Can I just jump off the I don't think I can levitate that far down. Ooh, a box. Let's should get a little distracted. Okay. Okay, now we immediately go down. Fire break. Isn't that the game? FBC fire break? I think that's what it is. Oh, I can't jump and levitate in here. You know when you're in an elevator and it starts going down and you jump to try to levitate a little bit? Really fun. They don't let me have fun. Strict business here. I'm the director. No fun allowed, I suppose. How does everybody just know that I'm the new director already? Like, obviously we're in the old house, so it's already a weird entity where we are literally in. But like, how does everybody know? Like, is it just computed into their brain? Like, that's weird. This is not the way. I almost just jumped into nothing. Oh, more health. Please, nothing get in my way. I need to help this man desperately. Oh, I think I can just jump up. That gets me to level 2. I wonder what's up there. I wonder if I could have just teleported now. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in.
The manual offers a series of helpful actions to assist in...
What the hell are they watching?
There's someone named Philip up in a cell. He's watching a refrigerator and very rapidly losing it.
Philip? Oh shit, I forgot about fridge duty. He's been in there for over a day. I totally forgot.
You forgot about him?
Over a day?
There's a lot going on. The hiss, the Benikoff TV. Considering the number of things I'm juggling, ma'am, I think it's...
Listen, it's fine. We just need to get him out of there. He said you'd be able to open the cell door?
Yeah, I can unlock it on my terminal. There. Done. Door open. But Philip can't just leave. The fridge is behaving erratically. Ocular contact is the only thing that seems to placate it. If we don't have someone in there watching it 24/7, people will die.
I'll figure something out. I'm pretty good with these things.
Woo!
Being pretty good with altered items isn't standard bureau procedure, ma'am.
He doesn't know us very well.
Yeah, he doesn't, but that's okay. Let's ask him about Trench.
Did you work closely with Trench?
Oh, he spent most of his time with Darling and all them. The inner circle. Not that I care.
Trench
And they
certainly
were
had his
both boys.
favorites.
He did stop in occasionally to scowl and smoke. Did you know the Bureau has a no smoking policy?
Oh.
It does. Just not for Trench. Still, he is the one who put aside funding for the Panopticon. The man did have vision.
That's crazy.
What's the difference between objects of power and altered items?
Think of them like storms. Objects of power are like tropical cyclones or hurricanes for the uneducated. They're big, rare, and scary. Of course, directors can just bind the OOP and become the eye of the storm. Altered items are more like weird thunderstorms. Some may rain frogs, some may rain corn, but they all rain something.
And how does the hiss factor into all that?
It's changing them, making them aggressive. Now they're all raining, I don't know, knives. Knife rain.
Nice metaphor.
I'm gonna go help
See you
Fridge
later,
guy.
Winston.
I'll be here. like always.
Now they're all raiding knives. Knife raid. Yes. What was his actual name? Fred? Oh, don't stop it. Slow it down, man. Slow it down. Can I get over to that one? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's important, but Fridge Guy is more important. Execute major targets. If I don't do it, it's not the worst. Floor 4. Floor 4? No! Oh, you shouldn't be, bro. Hold on. Okay. Oh! I picked up his body. Okay. Just shooting him straight in the face does the job. Wham. Wham. Oh. Wham. I need to help Fridge Man. I made a grave mistake. I need health. There's that one up there. I need him. Nuh-uh. Yay. Why are we getting so many bots? Like you. And you. Well, I guess I could. I did it. That did that job. Okay, am I on the right floor now? Am I on the right side? Where is... Is he on section 2? I think that's to where her brother is. No, that was to where the TV was. He's over here. I guess I could just see if I could teleport. I should really check that sometime.
Hello? Jesse?
I'm back. I'm coming in.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Jesse? The fridge is doing something!
Philip?
Oh no.
Philip?
Did Philip just... Did it eat Philip? Did it fucking eat Philip?
It hurts me.
Did it eat Philip? Did he blink? He had one job.
This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it.
Fuck?
What the fuck, bro? Oh. Oh, that's not very good. Oh. It's just... Fuck you, Fridge. You ate Philip. Yeah, fuck you. You ate Philip. Give him back. Spit him out. Oh. Oh. Oh, my eyes. Do it again. I dare you. Oh. I can't believe the fridge fucking ate Philip. Oh. Hot diggity damn, bro. This fridge is mad. I forgot that I could just... Oh, that's not what I wanted to grab. I sometimes grab the wrong thing. That fridge is so fucking mean, dude. Does that mean Philip went in the same place? I don't think Philip did. Can we reload and be faster so we save Philip? That's what I'm saying. I mean, I did die, so let's see. I don't think so. I think Philip always dies. He was in there for a whole fucking day. Where am I?
Hello? Jesse?
I'm back. I'm coming in.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Philip?
Thank you.
Oh. Okay, I kind of want to see something. Oh, it does literally hurt me if I look away.
It hurts me.
Look at it. Oh, it has a little drawing on it. This is the fridge that it ate the kid. This is the fridge that ate the kid.
This sounds like the board, but I
Where is
can't
it?
understand it.
Where is this fucking fridge who ate Philip? She's such a mood. That's not what I want her to do. No, grab the damn ball, lady. Okay, so now he's extra mad. Oh, I didn't catch it in time. Fuck you, have a rock. Oh! I fell to the floor. I forgot that's a precaution I need to watch out for. Hey, I was fucking him up, okay? I can't believe he fucking ate Philip. That's so mean. Don't tell me to quickly evade. It says use control to quickly evade. I fell through a hole. I don't think I can quickly evade a hole.
Hello? Jesse?
I'm back.
I don't know why I hit that every time thinking that I have hope to save him.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I wonder why I got so sad. So sad, so mad. In we go.
If I look away...
Okay. Don't get hit by the balls. Don't get hit by the arm. And don't fall into a hole.
This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it.
Imagine I just left Philip. Oh. Fuck you. Take that. One arm. He got too many arms. Yeah, so he made a whole hole in the floor. I gotta be careful of that now. Bap. Oh my god. Okay, he's not hard to beat. Hi. I think he's really mad. You ate my friend, dude. Oh, I almost fell into a hole. Oh my god. Give me a fucking break, Fridge. Jesus. He made so many holes.
Wait, there's no Black Pyramid here.
Wait, oh my eyes. Dude, that...
The fridge seems fixed. Did fighting that thing off change something?
Well, Philip's dead though. Bro, Philip's dead. Philip's fucking gone. Our boy is gone. Oh, I do have a lot of abilities. Do I have one? Oh yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, I teleported so fast. I don't blame him.
Salvador, it was dangerous, but no. Why? Listen. How'd it go?
Oh my god.
Where's Philip?
Dead?
Philip's gone. Something happened before I could get him out.
Poor Philip.
That's your fault, sir.
He never did like fridge duty.
Yeah, I wonder why. The fridge
But
fucking ate
if
him.
you're here, then who's watching the fridge?
No one.
The fridge is fine now. I took care of it.
You don't just take care of altered items. What did you do?
I don't know.
I touched it and wound up in the astral plane. This thing was in there. It was huge, had one big eye. Wasn't friendly.
We've been getting reports from the astronauts lately about something fitting that description. The astral plane is usually connected to our world through objects of power, not altered items. If this thing is linking itself to altered items, then it's clearly powerful. This may happen again.
Do you think that thing is what got Philip?
Must have been. The Panopticon is a dangerous place.
Must have been.
The agents all know the risks. But, since you're some sort of altered item whisperer, I've got a list of others for you to corral.
Jesse do
The
this?
hits are causing
Jesse do
containment
that?
breaches left, right, and center. Here, start with these. I'll see if there are any others missing while you're gone. My life just got a whole lot easier.
Okay, we'll talk to him.
How did you get this job?
Started as a junior agent because my uncle knew a guy. From there, I got put on a desk until an accident left the containment sector severely understaffed. At which point, I got bumped up to management. Put in a steady 8 hours a day for another 10 years, and voila, supervisor.
I hate him, but I really like
just
his
picked up a
character.
gun. Or a gun picked me.
Do you
She's
like
not wrong.
working at the FBC?
Sure. I mean, yeah, the drama's a bit much, but I get better benefits here than I would over at the Postal Service. I checked. Better healthcare. That's not to say I don't like my job, ma'am. Been here over 15 years. No one knows the Panopticon collection better than me. I'm, close to them, in a way.
I can't tell if that's creepy or normal here.
Interesting, sir. Did the rituals
How do you keep the altered
have any
items
more
under
coffee?
control?
I do.
It depends on the item. Each one has different needs. Ritualistic touches go a long way. Singing to them,
Did he say
flipping the
singing?
lights 3 times, that sort of thing. It's not superstition if it works.
Jesus, Jesse. She is so
See you
sassy.
later, Langston.
I'll be here, like
She's... Oh,
always. You guys didn't bring, like, checkers or anything, did you?
Any active duty security personnel.
God, he's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Moving letters, hand chair, traffic light, Japanese paper lantern. Behavior. Where even are these? Are these just around? I think these just must be around and about. Oh yeah, they're just around and about.
Of duty pending review, sir.
There is still one here. Dead letters, medical lane, traffic light. Let's go find the traffic light. Oh, That's the wrong button. Nope, turn around. Traffic light is in here. I wonder if it's up. No, we haven't been to floor 2, archive. Ooh! Hey, so I'm floating. I pressed the wrong button. I think flying is gonna get me killed a lot. My hair's not fully in this bun. Just gonna ignore it. I say as I just lifted it up. Too short. Okay, round 2 of not throwing myself off. Because it's just a hold, it's not a double clip. It's clip? Double clip? Okay. So we need a lantern. Is that a Christmas tree? That's a freaking Christmas tree, bro. Is this where the elevator was? No. So what do we have here? Nothing. Baby stroller. Christmas tree. Oh, a globe. Okay. Archives. I wonder if it's in here. You know, as part of me still is just like, ooh, jingle, 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 become an archivist. Yeah. What? Oh. Okay. What's happening in here? Ooh, explosions. Oh, good heavens. I hate that bitch. Ow. That did nothing to him. Okay, I do like throwing his explosions back to his face. Okay, just throw that over there. Is there somebody still here? Oh, that thing. Okay, so what's in here? It's at a traffic light. I don't know if it's in this main spot, but... Nope. Methods of proposal. Okay. What's in this? Nothing? Okay. That thing can stay mad down there, that's okay. Seems to be more items in here. No, these are like little offices. Oh, TV! Those kind of look horrifying. They look normal, those two, but the other ones kind of look scary. Not gonna lie. Special kids, yeah! We sit around, gather around. We have threshold kids. Monkeys in space.
It's not safe. But Star Captain Hero! Can I poke it with a stick? Okay.
That would be me. Poke it in with a stick. That's the TV that we just dealt with.
Bureau rule number 74. Always be suspicious of things that weren't there before. What?
I love these little shows.
Looks safe to me.
Watch them get eaten.
Donkers in space!
He really just wants.
Wait! It's not even plugged
Silence! The silence! Oh my god, the silence that they were screaming and then it goes back to screaming. Yeah, that TV not good. I say as I just touched a random TV and I also calmed down the other TV. This is an interesting little office zone. Oh, did he see me? Oh, did he see me? Oh, did he see me? Can I kill him? No, I don't think I can. Pretty sure I can go into these different rooms and he won't see me. Oh yeah, I did have too many of one thing in my pockets. I hope he can't come in here. I don't think he could fit through that door. Not to shame him, but like, he's a giant ball. I don't think he could fit. How do I get that out of here? Get that out of here. This might be really nice. Some of these are getting better. Per element pickup. Fuck yeah, that's the only thing that's been saving me. What are my missions? Oh, the old growth is ready. Investigate safe room. I do need to do that one as well. Please walk past me. Thank you. Goodbye. I don't have level 6 clearance, man. He has to go all the way down the stairs. What's in here? Maximum occupant. Okay, I think it's my weapon mods that are getting too packed. Why, yes. Okay, get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Get rid of you. That'll be good for now. This looks a little suspicious. That looked very suspicious. Oh my god. How many are there? Oh my god. Why won't they stop coming? Why won't they stop? They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Do they ever stop? Oh my god, there's so many of them. Holy shit. I'm is there so many of them? I know I set myself up for that because I you know, that looks suspicious. Holy shit. Just don't do it again. Okay, thank you. Personal cheese accelerator. Okay. I can't see shit. Was that the only thing down here? That's so rude. God, I didn't stop. Look at all this. There's so much health. Is this where we were? What's over here? What do you mean? Don't do that. That scared me. I mean, why am I nagging it as if it's the fucking kid that just scared me? Don't do that. Put that down. Put that down. Okay. We are leaving that area. So it is specifically in this spot. Somewhere. Somewhere here is a stop sign. Stoplight, traffic light. And we need to find it. I wonder if it goes higher. Did I go on this side? I've done all that. That's the only door that opened? Ouchie. Oh, that one's locked. Okay. We'll go back here. Wahoo! I do like flying. I think that's a lot of fun. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. This just sounds spooky over there. Oop. Oop. I just have to hold it. Research hiss noise? I don't want to research the hiss noise. I don't want to. Ooh. There's all the wrong buttons. All of it. Well, it's not where I wanted to land. That is okay. Can't go that way. I wonder where the traffic light is. I mean, there's level 5. Level 5 shouldn't have too much because that's where... What's over here? Nothing? Surfboard. Oh, I haven't seen these ones. Nothing? Oh, because these are the ones that are out. There's a whole bunch that are missing. I see, I see, I see. Do they just go back home when they're done? When we find them? Do they say, she caught me. I'm gonna go back into my cell now. Just where we were searching. Then we can go up more. We didn't fully explore up, but I don't know where. Oh. I'm glad this doesn't take any of our power. Didn't really mean to shoot, but I did. Oopsie. That's maximum security. That's the globe. That's the crowbar. That's maximum security. See, maximum security is where that was. I don't think I can reach any higher. Where is this traffic light? It's gonna be somewhere where it causes problems. Get down here. I don't like you. Oh, he's dead. We're gonna slowly descend. Wonder if straight across. Okay, I want to fast travel and do that one. Threshold, this one. Because I know I can do that one now, so I want to get the anchor for sure. There's also a paper crane somewhere here. Is this the right way? That's not the right way. That's not the right way. The bathroom is not the right way. It's the clocks. It's the clocks. The clocks is the right way. I forgot how many fucking clocks are in here. There is a paper crane somewhere in here. Half the time. Oh, I got 2! Come here.
Looks like I need to hit that shield hard.
Oh my god. Stop it. That scared me. Okay. Oh. How do I drop?
An altered item up there.
Up there? Is that what she meant by the shield? Oh, it said paper lantern. Okay, so
bad.
So by the looks of it, these are gonna be just randomly placed.
This is the safe room Well showed me.
I can
The
levitate
one with
now.
the altered item inside. Great. More clocks.
There were so many clocks. Whatever they did to mess this up, crazy. Oh, let me do my abilities really quick. How much does this cost? 4? I do want more health. Energy is good as well. Now I only have 1 left. Ooh. Yes. Now I have 0 left. Astral constructions. Upgraded grip, construct charge. Spin, upgrade shatter. Pierce is... I'm intrigued by that. Is shatter the one that I have equipped? I do have shatter. I don't think I like spin as much. Let's upgrade shatter. I do actually like shatter, and that helps me a lot. I kind of want to construct Pierce. We're gonna try out Pierce. So that one. Cost while levitate. While levitating. Why so many clocks? I ain't got no clue. Projectile spread. Ooh. Okay, let's change this out for something else. Let's do recoil. We're gonna change this, and we're gonna put this one on. Do I have something for this? Yes, I do. I will allow levitating. Zoom? Okay. This feels like it's gonna be... Oh! Not what I was expecting. Anyways, guess what I can do? Levitate! Come here, anchor. Oh. Oh. Because AVC doesn't always want the answers to questions? Yeah. Oh!
What the fuck is that?
It's making more clocks?
What the? That is fucking crazy. Which way is it going? Ooh, that's a weird... Hold on. For once, actually... Let me just put spin back on. Oh. Majority of the time it doesn't? Honestly, yeah. Majority of the time they're just like, yeah. Do it. Open your mouth. Become Pac-Man. This one. Okay. Can I throw the small clock? I don't think it's gonna do as much damage. Oh my god, my head. Are they gonna die from the clocks? I don't think I can get all the way over there. What? Oh. He spit the clocks, but I also did it. Oh, that hurts a lot. Oh, he's going a lot faster. I need to get there because there's health. Okay. You. Okay. I kind of don't want to go over there. Hey, dude, you're gonna about to get... Yeah, you're about to get blasted. Big ball entity creates clocks. Works for me. Yeah, you know? They said entity, what does he spit out and make? Clocks. Stop following me in the sky. Ow. Oh, dummy clocks. Oh my god, big, oh my god, I can't fucking speak. The big entity making clocks aimed at me. Oh my god, look at all those guys over there. I only have to hit him like one more time. I have to focus on the clock. Okay. Oh, one more. Yeah. Okay, next. Me.
That must be the altered item.
Oh. Yes, yes, teleport to the ground. Why? Okay, but like, it's an anchor. Why does the anchor make clocks? Why isn't it a clock related,
No wonder the Rangers had such a hard time with that one.
Why isn't it a clock related entity? Oh, I can't go as high. Oh, I probably could get to that one. No, you know what? I don't really care. Okay. Medical wing. Let's go to logistics. Logistics, I'm gonna go get something to drink, so I'm gonna leave you guys. I'm asking, I feel like the FBC is gonna come after me. I'm asking too many questions. Why does the what the fuck? Okay, hold on. Not running to the restroom. Ow. One more. This is supposed to be my safe zone. Oh my god. Excuse me, you guys. Where is he? Another one? Why is it all these guys? Okay. We'll leave you with my abilities. I don't think I should leave you in the normal menu. Actually the map is pretty cool. I'll leave you here. Okay. Oh, there's a whole bunch of other zones. I mean, I haven't been down here too long. So that's fine. Who would you like today? I'm gonna give you... Hold on, let me make a little stack. Tofu is the easiest to obtain. So I'm leaving you with tofu. I'm gonna go get... I have enough water. Something else to drink, and then we'll continue. I'm enjoying this. Steady. Yes, yes, you have tofu. Be very happy. Tofu here. Hold on, let me fix tofu. By that, let me fix cinnamon roll. Hold on, so I don't scratch your ears. Okay, there you go. Sorry, I have a whole bunch of charms. Anyways, tofu here. Have fun. Wahoo. Wahoo. Okay, so you're being revoked of tofu now. Sorry, I abandoned you all for too long. God, how silent the fucking game is when I leave. I had to get my lemonade, but my lemonade was outside, and then I tried to put my lemonade into the fridge inside, and then it didn't fit, so I had to take my lemonade back outside, and so that took a moment. Okay, security is that way, but then there's also a medical wing, and I'm very curious about that. Medical wing. Is this not the path that we took? It's very sour. I feel like I just didn't fully get to the medical wing. Wonder if it's because I don't have the key to get in there. Oh, or it could be this. That's an explosion. Take his body. Oh. Okay, so we're not going in there. What's that? Oh, that's a spooky guy, isn't it? So what I'm seeing is that I'm most literally trapped in here till I until I solve this. Am I free? Okay, I'm free. See, this leads me to security. Medical wing is down here, so how do I get to the medical wing? I can go solve the mushroom issue. Mushroom issue might be fun. The hand chair. Okay, so where's the chair? Oh, can't walk over that. So there is something a little spooky happening in here. Where's the hand chair? I don't think it's there. Sneaky suspicion that it's something in here. What the fuck is that? Oh, when it said hand chair, it meant hand. It meant a whole hand. Okay. Guess I can't be mad about that. It literally told me what it was. Okay, so I'm gonna have a hard time finding... I guess with the traffic light, oh no. I'm gonna have to go back and talk to him anyways. So I'm not gonna worry too much about that. I'm gonna head back to... I think I'm gonna hit dead letters. Dead letters. And then I will hit up Central Executive to see my brother. That's the reason I'm here. I think I just ate a shit ton of sugar, bro. Okay.
That's no normal piece of paper.
Oh. I see.
Okay, we need to know where it's gonna end
Oh, my head is in the cabinet.
We need to find the other.
Hydrate? Oh, it didn't pop up there. Oh, that was like a delayed. Let me stir this. I will hydrate on my lemonade. But I put more sugar in it because it was still really tart, and I'm fine with that. But I did want it sweeter. I think it tastes good. That was an experience with catching the paper. Is this most literally dead letters? Oh. Sorry, my dude. Bonk. Oh, wait, hold on. We're gonna change the spin back to the pierce because I want to try that. Do it. Okay, so the pierce hits extremely hard. I feel like I heard it for a second. It's gonna be glowing red. More paper. I have so many fake planes. I have so many things that I haven't read. No, it's just a red button. Did we watch this one?
Just look at it.
Yeah.
8 inches wide and capable of storing
A floppy disk.
80 kilobytes.
Okay, it's in dead letters. So... Oh, I hear it. Where is it? I heard it closer to this side. Didn't mean to hit my face on that. I wonder if I could. Okay, so I can catch myself. Oop. I need to get better with levitating. Oh, I see it. Oh. What a lovely voice he has.
We need to know where it's gonna end up.
Okay. That one wasn't that bad. I think maybe it's one more?
Be one more
Yeah.
page.
Ooh, but I haven't been up here. Can I go into here? Yes, level floor. Level floor? Level floor clearance. White kitchen. Oh, well, that will be rather interesting. I want to know about more about Ahti. I like that funny little man. I like him a lot. This, okay, Dead Letters is a lot bigger than I thought. I think because I couldn't get up here before, but this place is massive. So I don't think we've been up here. Which is why I'm kind of just taking the time to just at least collect the papers. Wow, this strangely reminds me of, he's pretty mysterious. He is, because he's mysterious in Alan Wake too as well. This, oh, there's his lovely song. This place reminds me of, I forget the name for it, but from the Loki TV show. Ah, the whatever the fuck he gets taken to and then he helps work for them and that's the whole thing. Even more mysterious. And yeah, in Alan Wake he's just some guy who shows up, but then you're like, what do you mean he's part of the retirement home people visiting? What? Oh, he found you. Okay, you wait right there, little guy.
Okay, we need to know where it's gonna end up.
Oh, I got it. The first one was the hardest one.
And done.
It was like going at rapid speed. Oh, this is so cute. Vivid dreams. I do have a lot of papers. That doesn't seem good. Well, we gotta get all the way back down there now. Ooh. A box. That's only level 3. Sorry, girly. Just giving her a heart attack for dropping like that. Okay, so... where was Central Research? I think I teleport to here. I am very curious about the mushroom situation. The mushrooms. There are a few memos that talk about Alan or the Bright Falls situation. Just a few though. I really love that because like it shouldn't be the main point of this, but like obviously it, especially the entity in Alan Wake, that's a huge entity. I feel like not as big. I don't know. I feel like almost as big as the old house. Except that one's more, I feel like more of a threat and not that very friendly, whereas the old house seems to be like, you know, pretty chill. The old house let them set up base, you know? Had their eyes on the situation? Yeah. I love that. In the first one, no fucking clue about the FBC. No fucking notes about that. Was just focused on like, wow, this weird thing. But then in 2, you see all the... as you're playing the detective, you get to see all the stuff, like them watching, they had monitors and stuff up for the lake and everything by the park. So they were actively watching it. Let's go to traffic light is the last one. Hello, Giraffe, how are you? Where am I going? Research. I'm pretty sure it's Central Research. On the stupid astral maze. I hate the astral maze. Hate it. I'm pretty sure there's more to it. I don't know. I can't quite figure it out. But it's so cool seeing it. But because it was Alan Wake and then Control. And then it's gonna be Alan Wake 2. And then it's gonna be Control 2. And it's gonna be really fun. I can now just drop off the ledge. Ah. Exactly where I need to go. This is quite scarier doing it like that. Not gonna lie. Despite it, but most of the people have no idea it exists. Huh. Honestly, that's fair since it... Because I don't think it's till Alan, that like the lake...
Here. This place is fucking weird. This is nothing. The clocks? No, that's weird.
I finished synthesizing the samples.
Shut up. I think that's the new director.
I'm sorry, I like their conversation. What's weird about a clock? Shut up, man. The new director's here. But like, the fact that that lake was just there for so long.
Then go and find the source of the mold. Only there can we begin to understand how to stop it.
I like this lady.
So you promise I won't end up walking around covered in mold?
Oh, the pill will prevent any biological infection by the mold.
Take a mystery pill because a rude lady in a hazmat suit tells you to.
Yes, yes,
Great
yes.
idea, Jesse.
Imagine that just...
Oh, honestly, did you want me to wrap it in cheese?
Yes.
Not the taste, the smell. It stinks in here now.
Good. That means the pill is working. The worse it smells, the safer you'll be. Now go. Find the source.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Actually, I fully believe her on that now. Because before it was the fact that it was like, I kind of want to eat it. Don't eat it. You eat it, you turn into mold. So now that it smells bad, we have no desire to eat it. So that's good. Very good. Are all of them spawned in again?
This must be the pit Underhill was talking about.
So I'm going in here? Throw all the bombs at them! Throw all the bombs at them! Okay, I'll just shoot you. Just kidding. Bomb. Oh my gosh. Ooh, that is a good one. Do I have a better one for that? Let me go through these. I'm sure I have stuff to get rid of. I do. There was another one. I saw that. With no internet, we are winning. We are winning, Nikki. How has the job fair been? Are you still at work or are you done with work today? Actually, I can see your location. Let's stalk Nikki really quickly. Oh, I forgot I had Alan Wake. Not Alan Wake. Not Alan Wake. I had stuff to look up about the anchor because I'm like, I don't think I should be here, but I was there anyways. Nikki, what the fuck? You're driving. You are actively driving. Get off your phone. You're driving. And then going to the park. Okay, okay. What type of smoothie you getting? I say don't get off your phone, as I am also just like, ooh, but what are you getting? What smoothie are you getting? What are you drinking? What are you doing? Let's send her, we sent her hearts and kisses. Mainly because it makes a kissy noise when you...
Oh, God. The further I go, the worse it smells.
Can I pull up anything? Oh. Pick a body. Is there a kiddie park somewhere around you? Someone from that area talk about a kiddie park that you can take your cat. Oh, sorry, that was an abyss pit that kind of scared me. I don't know about a kiddie park. Not even out where like I work. I don't think so. Does this hurt? Okay, it doesn't hurt me anymore. Or like a part where strays hang out. Ooh. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've heard of any. Definitely not where I'm out. By none here. I would believe it though. There's some good areas that... That's a bomb. Hold on. There we go. But I got home. No, but I got homeless people. Wow, I wish I could see. Where is he? He's right under me. Oh. He was directly under me. More health. They just come over for treats and pets? What the freak? I almost said that sounds delicious, but that was me being very happy. That sounds wonderful. Except the word that came out of my mouth was delicious.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain, note 7.28. Wait,
Oh, why are the mannequins? 6'7"?
Still in the thresh mold? Oh, he's straight up eating the vegetables now, because why not?
I'm like, I can show you some good places around there.
Eat too many and your skin will turn green. Green like Ollie's.
For the most part, though, most of us, if we have late night shifts, it's IHOPs or Denny's. So, you know, solid choices. Just, it's not like that's a great go-to, you know. Oh, Nikki, have you updated your schedule? Hold on, we're gonna stalk Nikki really quick. Oh, I haven't even updated my schedule, bro. Working. I can tell which days are Nikki's work days because it's working everywhere all the time. No, real as hell. Haven't eaten there in years. Okay, I haven't eaten I haven't eaten at IHOPs in years. IHOP, not multiples. I haven't eaten at IHOP. I really want to say IHOPs in years, but I did eat at Denny's recently. I didn't really eat though because it was super late at night, and I was like, I'm just gonna have hash browns. And by that, it was midnight, and I did not want to eat an actual full meal. At that late at night, so did not do that. Wahoo, wahoo, wahoo. How evil of them. Sorry, we're updating the calendar for Nikki. Should be that shift. Nope, don't add an emoji. We just must pick out what our right shifts are. Or 2. Nope. Yes, correct. And now she has my work schedule. Just kidding. God, juice it up. Loca. For Loca. That's great, fancy. It's still really good. Denny's kind of underrated. I feel like Denny's is a little bit more expensive now, but for the most part, Denny's was always good. It was never, I'm going there for the best food. It was just usually I go there for theater events for after closing, or super late at night for like cons or theater as well. So like it never was the best food, but it was still really fun. Oh, is it a blank? Oh, I started 4:30. Oh, that's so nice. I have to change the schedule. I got it wrong. Changing the schedule because it got better. It got better, Nikki. It got better. Oop. There we go. Oh my god, that's so much better. I thought I worked 4 to 1:30 a.m., meaning I get off at 1 a.m. No, I work 4:30 to 1 a.m. Is that a shorter shift? Let's stop that. Sorry, this is me getting really distracted. I didn't even finish all of my stuff. No, it's an 8.5-hour shift. Even better. That means I get off at essentially 12:30. It makes a big difference. Yeah, same about McDonald's and Wait, do you not like Taco Bell? McDonald's, I don't really care for too much. Every once in a while, I go get it because I crave the chicken nuggets. But Taco Bell, truth be told, haven't had it in a long time. But oh, I literally needed levitate for this, otherwise I would have died.
Is that the source?
Oh,
it's kind of pretty.
Oh my god, that's not pretty. We're gonna pause it there. Anyways, Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Wait, Taco Bell. Del Taco is what I like. Del Taco is the better one in my mind, but Taco Bell does have the Baja Blast. We do love the Baja Blast. You're going for just a drink? No, I wouldn't. I go to McDonald's just for Sprite sometimes. Anyways, Nikki, I don't remember your days off because I have it rewired in my brain, but I'm like, oh no, was it this combo or this combo? Is it Friday and Sunday or Friday and Monday? I don't like soda like that, but I do love me Baja Blast. I just love Sprite.
Nope. No.
Can I be on the floor? Okay, cool, I can. It has explosives? We might die in this one. Oh, hey! Oh. Yeah, okay. Never tried Del Taco? I always ate at Del Taco more than Taco Bell as a kid. I honestly don't think I had Taco Bell until I was in high school. Because there was a Del Taco that was always by my middle school. And so we always ate there if we got off early. Because first day of the month, first Friday of the month was always a half day.
Is that the source? It's kind of pretty. Nope. No.
What are these? Oh my god, did it make the floor stinky? Oh, Jesus Christ! Okay, this might take a couple of tries. Oh my god, leave me alone! Oh, no! Oh my god. That was a genuine gasp of like being killed. Okay. Low-rise pants back in fashion? My fat ass and apron brother could never. That's the way you worded that. I think it is. Although some low-rises are back. Was that a game sound that I just heard? That was an ungodly noise that I just heard of like picking up multiple items or something. I don't know what that was. Kinda don't like it.
Is that the source? It's kind of pretty.
Come on, pop out.
Nope. No.
Oh my god. If I... Oh my god, Jesus Christ, stop it! You gonna do it again? They really don't like when I do that. Can I fly? I'm scared. Ooh. Oh. Look at God, fucking ash, baby. My fat ass and my apron barely look good in high-rise pants when I wear it. You know, fair. Yeah, that's fair. Let me change my gun really quick. Pierce is good. Grip is honestly my favorite. Do I have better ones for this? Oh, I don't really have good stuff for grip. I'm gonna change it to spin. Hey, what's in there? Oh, I want to know that now.
Is that the source? It's kind of pretty.
It's gonna be so loud.
Not pretty.
Yeah, correct. Not pretty. Oh my god, get out of my face! Containment hiss, I don't care about you right now. I'm fighting mold. Oh my god. Is it okay? Hello? Did they destroy all of... Oh, a piece. No, okay, but it does drop help by it. Help? Guess some bodies are just like that. Wait, that I mean, all over the works. I know that most people need to live otherwise. With exercise, I mean. Yeah, fair, yeah, fair. This store called Fashion Boomy. Interesting. I think it's just about my mother to not have the apron really. That's fair. Body types do be built differently. Now that I have perished, I want to see what's in here. Oh, a box. Oh, maybe that's what I heard. Go off.
Is that the source? It's...
Okay, so we can do this.
Kind
it's just taken me a couple tries. And distractions.
Nope. Not pretty.
No, not my bombs. I need those. Oh. No. Fly up. No, fly. Can the stink go away? Oh my god. Ooh, yay! Okay, no, stinks not away. No, uppies. Oh my god, I'm like fucking this up. I need to get better. The flying is fucking me up. The messages are very out of context and they're usually two-part message. So if you read something that makes no sense, no, it's okay. I also sometimes read out of order. I almost had that. The thing that gets me is that the flying is hold. So I try to jump.
Is that the source?
I always try to jump and then go. But then I panic click. I need to not panic roll. Don't panic roll.
No.
Oh. It's not a hard boss. I just need Dark Souls knowledge. Take that. Is the second one gonna hit? Oh my god. Oh my god. Ow, that really hurt. Oh. I don't know what I'm picking up. Okay. Where am I? Oh, forming a full oh my god, no, you're so right. I don't know why, Nikki, but that reminded me I have a fucking shield. I can block things. Man, I haven't played this game in a while. But also, that's so funny. Have you thought about just forming a full thought?
Is that the source?
But like, sometimes the thought comes in half. Come on. I don't know why I shoot so early. Is the second one gonna hit? Oh, some bombs. Yeah. It takes up a lot of my... Hey, that was very nice. Float. Float. No, fly. Oh, I didn't time it right. Forming bad thoughts. Hello, Graham. Hello, Graham. Forming bad thoughts. Protect yourself from forming thoughts. True. I shouldn't be struggling with this too much. Nah. In we go. Oh, I almost hit the ledge. If this was Dark Souls, that would have been so bad.
It's...
I just lose so much health from those missiles at the end. Okay. See, like, this stage isn't that bad. Those are later stage bombs. Okay, just get that away. Get that away. Put on my bombs. So rude. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, it's so fucking stinky. Oh, what is happening? No. Oh my god. Oh no. I don't know. I feel like I'm so bad at this. It's so lemony. Anybody else? I mean,
is that the source?
I'm so sick and tired of hearing her say that.
Pretty.
I have it down better.
No.
Those shields definitely saved me at the end. Mine. Mine. Ooh. So all of them? Okay, so that's actually a lot of bombs by me. Oh my god, what did I do? Oh my god. How did I explode in that time? I don't know what happened, but the other two, like, arms just, like, got decimated. I should literally go see my brother. He's over there. Do I have any other abilities? Oh, let's do that one. I'm gonna do that. What's this? Ooh, almost. Yeah, I feel like shit that I'm doing so bad, but I'm not really doing super bad. I am talking half of the time through it. I don't know what happened there. But like
pretty.
I don't. That was far too early.
Nope.
Don't get mad. Okay. Don't get mad. No, my bombs. Oh no, Charlie. Oh. That one was my bad. Okay, so I can get through this stuff. This is struggling with bosses like this piss me off so much because then I feel like a bad gamer and then I shouldn't be streaming this, and so I stopped playing Elden Ring. Fucking Melania being an optional boss, but I refuse to beat the game until I beat her.
Is that the source?
This isn't hard. I'm just fucking up. I'm just fucking it up. But I want to beat him. I shouldn't shoot. There's nothing to hit. But I can kill the other two pretty fast. I think I just have to watch my, like, regen as well. I know. Oh! The one I did there. Oh my god. One. Okay. I think the hardest thing. Okay. Huh. Ooh. No! The smoke is out now. No, the goddamn smoke. When I played this, there was no difficulty settings. It was very hard. I assume it still is. Yeah, at times it feels hard. At times it doesn't feel like super hard. This feels like the hardest, but because... Oh my god, having to worry about the explosions, he's throwing projectiles.
Is that the source?
The projectiles is what really gets me.
Kinda pretty.
Because first stage projectiles, meh. Eh.
Nope. Not really.
The second stage projectiles really fucking hurt. But also, I really want to beat it, so I'm like... I ain't give it up. Oh. It's got one head left. Oh my god, I can't fucking... Oh shit. I did that bad. I ran out of energy. You can do it? Yeah, I can. Meh. I don't really care. At this point, I can't, I can't leave it now. At this point, I can't leave. So we are doing this. What is this? Launch energy cost. Let me do one thing, because I know I have one. Yeah. Shield strength. Let's try that. Truth be told, I'm just some gal.
It's...
Oh, I didn't piss off anything above me.
Kinda pretty. Nope.
Nope. Damn. Hey, yo, that's mean. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Get that away from me. Those are the projectiles that I'm scared of. Look at how many there are. I'm just going around trying to collect as much health as I can. Oh, I didn't dodge that right. Oh, I had no energy, that's why. Those fucking things follow me! Oh, I'm stuck in the corner. Hello. Those projectiles hurt. Okay. Oh my god. No. We did it! Those fucking projectiles hurt so bad. Sneezes on you.
In this place.
No, don't sneeze on me. Oh my god. Well, how do I fucking leave? No. Well, I did. Oh, there's the door. There's a door. Oh yeah, okay. Well, we did it, see? I just had to not get hit by fucking 50 million projectiles. But that's fine. Vertical boost. What's here? Oh. Oh.
Oh, so good. Oh, need more.
Oh, he's eating. Oh, yeah. So Ramsey's definitely dead. Yeah, Ramsey's dead. Yeah, Ramsey ate the mold. I mean, as much as I'm like, okay, yeah, we can't eat the mold, what does it taste like? Did you get nothing for that fight? Do I have to fall back down to get to her? I do. Essentially, yeah. I get a little side quest done. It's not even the main story. That's why I'm like, there's no need for me to struggle on this boss and stay here. I can just leave and come back at another time. But I wanted to get it done. Sorry, Jesse, just stressing you out by falling like that. Ramsey is dead. I know. Died in the FBC. Hate it.
You've returned, I see.
Yeah, it took me far
And
too
you're not
long,
sprouting
ma'am.
mold from your eyes. I take it that means my pill worked. Now tell me everything. Did you find the source?
I killed it.
You did, didn't you?
I found a big angry plant. Like gigantic. I killed it.
You killed it!
Yes. It tried to
You
eat.
found the source and you killed it!
Yes.
I could have learned so much from a live specimen.
Her concern is touching. Really, it's too much.
Here, I brought you a sample.
I just had a sample?
Piece of the innermost mold.
Oh, something else is
Not
going
such a
on.
lost cause after all. Strange. So different, even superficially.
Is she gonna have mold on her?
Another stage of growth, perhaps. Please, no more stages. You'll be pleased to know that cutting down the creature at the source has already resulted in a notable cessation of the mold's rapid growth. You've bought me time for further study.
So what now?
I'm glad you asked. While you were busy in the pit, a number of mold hosts were sighted beyond the threshold. They managed to sneak out without the rangers noticing.
Oh.
There's a reason I didn't send Steve and Andy to find the mold source with the others. These vagrant hosts must be eradicated as soon as possible. The mold can still be spread by their overgrown bodies.
Any idea where they went?
The hosts I've observed are not a sprightly bunch. Here are the reports I've received. They'll help you find them.
I'll go take care of them.
Good. And do be quick about it.
There's a nice way to say that.
So essentially, by beating that, I
Thanks
got
for
another
the
to-do
information.
list.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Let me click, please. Oh my god, why can't I just click it? Is my mouse okay? Okay, that was just a little bit weird. I'm gonna ignore that. Traffic light is still there. Central research. Where is it in central research? I'm getting sent on every to-do list. No demand. Central research. Let me go up and find it. Oh, I was on the elevator. Man, what the hell? What the hell? This game is really pretty, though. I think I just got points, like level up points. Okay, so like... I'm here for mold people, not you. Ooh. I hate those guys. I hate those guys. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. There he is. Okay, I killed him. Nope, sorry little guy. Hello? Oh, are those mold people in here? Oh. Oh, are there multiple here? Okay. Oh. Okay. Hey, what's in here? New way to open up a door. That's fine. I have a better one. Okay, so I just gotta look for the little mold. And then I can follow it. There is definitely another man somewhere here. I just don't know where he is. I think this just leads me around. Oh, is there a mold in here? Are you a mold person? Get your ass back over here. Hey, what's this? I haven't been down here. This is intriguing. I really should have found whatever. Oh, I like how the music changes in there. Okay, like they make great games, but why do they make good songs too? I wish I could make her dance.
When all is made clear, there is nothing else. And here we stand, the sweet, arresting duality.
Cinema. Wonderful. I don't want to leave now though. Oh, that's... It goes to each ear when you turn. Oh, it gets louder.
Now this is my jam.
This is my jam. God, because it's a full fucking song. I need to find this song.
It's almost too painful now. I'm ready to fight, to run from the light. And here now comes the sweet, corrupting reality. While now I'm free, will I once cease to be? Will I awake? Will I get a ride with you in this race of two? We are momentary masters.
Why is it so good? It's cool, like, I don't know. Call it like that. Yeah, you choose someone made with this team in this game. Ooh! Watch it until after you finish. That's fair, that's fair. Oh! Sorry, it was getting so loud. It has to be that one, because it's the... I'm like, I know that voice anyways. Dark is quiet, okay. Let me... No, take me to them. Where is... what was I looking for? Oh, okay. God, the old gods of Asgard are my favorite from fucking... Man, 2019. Wow. You do? Okay, no, but that's really fucking cool. Can I go now? Oh my god. Oh, not the fucking gears. Oh my god. Oh no. Please get your rest. Happy early birthday. Happy early birthday, eyebrows. Please take care. Have a good birthday. Have fun turning into gears, I suppose. But go get some rest, okay? Not sure if it's still around, but Alan Wake 2 came out. They had a bunch of merch. Oh, I should go see if they still have it. I fucking loved Herald of Darkness. That was a magnificent break. That was all worth it after beating that fucking fungus. If I hit it again, because I just... Oh. Okay, back to playing the game. Otherwise it just looks like a band shirt. Real cool. That's still fine. Does rebirth the symbol on it? Like if you know, you know? Yeah. See, it's cool as fuck because if you know, you know. If you don't, then people just think, oh, that's a cool band. Like, yeah. Hey, yeah, it is. Okay, so I have one more mold person to find. And there also is still someone trying to kill me. But, that's the least of my concern. Oh, there he is. He's dead now. Oh. The one thing I don't like. Okay, we're gonna deal with these guys. Bonk. Bonk. Where is he? You just... Hold on. Recharging my ammo. Okay. Stop doing that. Okay, where's the big guy? Oh, he's up there. I see him. The store is still up! Fuck yeah! Somebody shoot me? Oh. Sit down. Oh my god, how many guys? Pick your friend. Oh my god. It sounds so special over here. Huh. Must be above. Somebody shooting at me? Loser. You're the least of my concerns now, dude. Oh my god, I'm just trying to find some mold, everybody. Shoot. Your turn. Oh, you're still here? Am I finally safe? Okay. I think I'm finally safe for now. Anyways, I might have to grab some of that merch because I love them. Dude, the old guys from Alan Wake 2. Does that look like mold? I don't know. They're so cute. They were like my favorite part in Alan Wake 2, like getting to see them again. And I guess getting more lore on that as well. Interdimensional. There is so much more to that stupid astral maze, but it won't let me in. Okay, so we're gonna go fly over to here, because there's like one more mold host. Oh. Is this how we're supposed to get in? I don't know if I was supposed to get in this way. Oh, yep, okay. It worked. Just a little stuck. Cute ladies tanks? Hell yeah. So I probably could have jumped down from there. Oh, I guess the ritual... Oh. Okay, we're going this way. We're not going to worry about the molds right now. I think we should go see her brother. Cool shirts if that's more your style. Honestly, I could go for either. I don't know. Not really picky. Truth be told, I have too many t-shirts. I have so many t-shirts that it is becoming a little bit of a problem.
Good luck out there.
They're probably all dead. Okay, let's go see. There's a lot more people in here now. This is actually quite nice.
Why haven't we dissected that freak mutation we locked up? We could learn so much from its physiology.
He's a valuable resource alive, and Pope forbade any physical harm. Of course, if you disagree, you could always go tell her.
No, that's fine.
Why did he word it like that? Freak. That's how I be feeling some days. No thought. Dead on the inside. Oh, what you gotta tell me?
Oh my god, did she have to write everything in her made-up gibberish code? Fucking Marshall with her CIA.
Jukebox token? God. Is he okay?
I found this token. Any idea what it does?
Ah, that is a jukebox token. Little bastards turn up in the weirdest places, like bad pennies. The Rangers use them to activate an old object of power.
A jukebox, I assume. Does it have any good songs?
Nope, just the one record. Hey, be careful turning it on, though. When it's playing, you get a free trip to the formation.
The formation? That sounds ominous. Why does it send you there?
The Bureau has been wondering that for years. I mean, it's just a pile of rocks built by God knows who, but... Well, researchers have confirmed it's in the same threshold as the quarry. Well, no one's ever been able to map a physical route to the formation for maintenance.
So it's in the quarry. You just don't know where.
Pretty much. We only send in annual expeditions to the formation now. Checkups, Salvador calls them.
Okay.
This year's team went in the day the hiss arrived.
Oh.
Come to think of it, the song should have brought him back hours ago.
I can go in and take a look.
I'd appreciate that. The jukebox is kept just past the security booth over there. Just put in the token and enjoy the ride.
I love how serious his face gets afterwards. He's just like...
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know. What's the word, Faden? I don't think I ever told you this, but I was actually on the path to being a ranger once.
Okay.
Did the whole boot camp thing. Even got rookie status. Anyway, not the point. My old ranger squad was a great bunch. There was 6 plus me. Remus, Hazard, Cho, Guy, Heptonstall, and Thompson. They were supposed to get back from an expedition yesterday. We had beers and wings planned. Problem is, they weren't here when Darling handed out the HRAs.
Then they had nothing protecting them from the hiss.
You see, they prepped for the worst, but I think that we're already past that. We all wore these pouches around our neck, and I really don't want the hiss to get them. Could you find them for me? The squad would have come back through maintenance, but they probably spread out from there.
I'll keep an eye out for them, Arish. And I won't let them stay hiss.
Oh.
I have to go.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know.
You just... Shut up, sir. Hey, so where's my brother?
Emitted from the HRAs is purely antithetical to every variant of the hiss signal it can arrange. But how did Darling create it?
Oh my God, speech analysis, linguistic analysis. Nikki would eat that up.
It's happening. After all these years, Dylan is here.
Yeah, but where is he?
Am I too late? How is he? I need to know.
Remember to have
He's
the least
clearly been
moderate...
affected by the hiss, but it's different than
level
any
of
other
sass to be
manifestation
hired
of
an
the
agent.
organ.
It seems like
Maybe
it.
What makes you so special is genetic. He was a prime candidate.
I love how long
maybe
her
it's
eyelashes
Polaris
are.
protecting him, something else affecting the situation. I need to run tests. He seems more in control, more present.
I want to see him. My brother. Or is he?
Of course. Now, Marshall set up an HRA-warded cage to contain him. It's on the upper floor, up the stairs.
Okay, I need to go.
She doesn't have
Jesse.
no sass though.
Be careful.
No, but she does have the. Oh my god, this is my favorite topic. I will talk about it completely and tell you every single information that you ever wanted to know. So I do like that. I didn't even queue up the fucking token one. Get that jukebox away from me. We'll do that in a second. Oh, I feel like this. I want to do this. Find the 6 pouches worn by... I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Do you see what that said? Defeat his corrupted. His entire squad of friends is dead. Speak with Dylan. Speak with Dylan.
Good to have you back.
Yeah. All your friends are dead, bro. All your friends are dead. Executive affairs? In here? I actually don't know which. Oh, maybe. I don't think so. I don't think he's in that one.
Apparently the director restored HRA production. They're already getting others.
Oh, maybe over here.
Orders us to just sit on our asses and then leaves? What's the deal?
She must have her reasons. She's probably out doing
Yeah, it reminds me exactly of the fucking God, I don't the T something from the Loki show. Oh, I forget what they're called. Anyways, I love this room. There was a power pants suit. So true. I should get one. Nikki always said I would look good in that when I wanted to be an archivist and a this is a lot of math. I don't like the sound of this room. Sorry, the sound of the room got me. It was just dong. Why is there sticky notes though? Like, why is there sticky notes? You can't just put me in a sticky note filled room and then not tell me why there's sticky notes. No. Oh, I see. I see.
What do you know about this Arish guy?
I heard some rangers saying he saved them in maintenance. They were attacked by a new kind of hiss, and Arish got them out.
All right, but still. A security guard leading rangers? I don't know if I like taking orders from a mall cop.
Okay, so we take her out because, you know, I may have been on the fence about Arish. That's just mean. That's just mean. He was gonna be a fucking ranger. I'm gonna slap you. How rude. Where's my brother? I'm going to like all the wrong rooms, but I was happy about that.
Hiss they marched through here? Why the fuck didn't we put a bullet in that thing's head?
I heard it's the director's brother. Would you shoot your brother?
That's no one's brother anymore.
Me?
He's the enemy, plain and simple.
I think we need to fire this lady. I think this lady should no longer work here. I think we take that lady out. I don't like her. The conspiracy theories. Conspiracy. Oh.
Thunderstorm distorts you. You are a worm through time. The thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness comes. White pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror inverted is made right.
What is?
Leave your insides by the door. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been a new you. You want this to be true. We stand around you while you dream. You can almost hear our words, but you forget. Through time, the thunderstorm distorts you.
They put him in a little box.
Shit. The thunderstorm distorts you.
That's Dylan.
White pearls,
Can you hear me?
red in the eye.
Oh, come on, Dylan. I'm here. I found you.
Surface into the wet. You've always been a new you. You want this to be true.
Do you know who I am? Oh, you know me. Say it.
You are Dylan Faden's sister.
He's talking in the third person. Always a good sign.
I love Jesse's monologues.
Do you know who you are?
Not Dylan. Trench and Darling made sure of that. I'm P6. P6. But I'm better now. The hiss made me better.
Oh.
Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been the new you. You want this
Can you
to
stop
be
that?
true.
Please?
Can you turn off the red light too?
Not exactly the reunion I'd hoped for.
It feels good to say those words. I want to say them. They sound good. They make me feel good.
Don't flash to your eyes, girly. It
Don't
scares
you
me.
want to say them too?
No. Fuck off, no. You need to help me get this thing out of his head. If he is still in there, if there is anything left, you have to help me.
Oh.
You came in through the hole in you. We let you in. You've always been here. The only truth. A copy of a copy of a copy of a copy.
Stop it!
Orange peel.
Shit.
Orange peel.
Shit. He can see you. This is not safe.
We found Polaris together with my sister when we were very small, in Ordinary, in the desert, through the door opened up by the slide projector. But she didn't help when Trench took me away. She didn't give me any powers. All the powers are my own powers. She didn't help when they locked me up for years.
After the song time for applause, we build you till nothing remains. The air cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home.
The Bureau brought the slide projector back here with me. And the Bureau did what the Bureau does. They used it. And they found... They opened the door up to the hiss. That's the only thing I can thank them for.
There. There it is. We stopped the Altered World event in Ordinary when we shut down the slide projector. And now the projector's here.
An earworm is a tune you can't stop humming in a dream. Baby, 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 yeah. Just plastic. So safe. Nothing to worry about. Funny.
He scares me.
I let it in to get rid of her. The hiss set me free. Polaris is using you. The Bureau is using you. You are a puppet.
You can almost hear our words, but you forget.
If we shut off the slide projector, maybe that will stop the hiss.
Your regulations.
Maybe it's not too late for my brother.
You must see the truth for yourself, Jesse. Sister. The horrible truth about the Bureau.
I mean, yeah.
This is the better option. I don't think so. Go to the Prime Candidate program in the containment sector. I have the keycard to get you there. Salvador wanted me to have it.
Wanted? Bullshit. I saw what the hiss did to Salvador. What it turned him into.
Okay, Dylan. I'll go. I want to see the truth for myself.
I'll go. But only to look for the slide projector. You can help me.
See, I want to know more about Polaris. And he's gonna go back into floating mode.
The thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness comes.
I don't know what else I'm hoping to find here.
Dylan.
Why else would
Can we talk?
Oh.
I'd like to tell you about a dream I had last night.
Oh, it's
off to a good start.
It's gonna go wonderful.
Okay. I'm listening.
I was back in Ordinary before all of this happened. But in the dream, I was alone. It was just me. I was the only child. A girl. My name was Jesse Dylan Faden. But then the Bureau came and caught me, brought me back here, locked me up. Have you ever noticed that our names, Jesse Dylan. They could be girls' names, boys' names. Could be anything.
I don't like Dylan.
Don't you find that weird?
Dylan's
I find that
freaking me
weird.
out.
Sure.
What the hell was that?
Me too,
Is he trying
Jesse.
to mess with me?
Oh, back up he goes.
The thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness comes.
Why can I continue to talk to him? Do I have anything else to give to him? No, it's just...
It's the yellow and red in the eye. Through
Okay,
Maybe
one more
Dylan's
time.
still in there. Maybe there's a way to reach him.
We'll try one more time.
I'd like to talk to my brother, please. Dylan?
Dylan's probably just like, come on, bitch. I told you to go
Tell
somewhere.
you about a dream he had just now.
Just now?
This again?
I was going to be the new director of this place.
Yeah.
I helped you get a job here.
Oh.
So that we could be together. You were an office assistant. You'd make coffee and deliver the mail. And there was always plenty of work to do. And it stayed that way. Forever and ever. It was nice. Really nice.
That's debatable.
But here's the strange thing. The dream shifted, and none of it was real anymore. It was a game. We were in a game, and it was a fucking boring game.
I don't think he likes the game.
Stop playing. And then it shifted again. Or maybe it was another dream already. Or maybe I'm just confusing them. But in this other dream, it was more like a musical.
Oh no. Not the musical.
This is an ordinary song about an ordinary girl from an ordinary town. It's the ordinary story. She worked an ordinary job in an ordinary office.
I don't like his eyes. His eyes freak me out.
Something. And that's all I can remember of that dream.
Maybe that's for the best.
I don't think I'm gonna talk to him anymore.
You are a worm through time.
I don't think I want to talk to you anymore.
Happiness comes. White prince.
I don't think I want to talk to him anymore. Kind of freaks me out. Okay, wahoo! Oh, look! How much did that take? Only 2. Yes. Melee damage. I haven't used melee in so long. I kind of forget which button it was. Launch damage. Yes. Levitate. Yes. Oh, I have no more left. Constructions? Jukebox! Construct 1. Oh, set of 5. Oh, I have the sources. Wait, why can I put in jukebox multiple times? Huh. Interesting. Okay. What does this do? This was a present early on good behavior. Fuck yeah, good job. I'm so proud of you. Look at you go. Look at you go. I do like the astral dive suit. That one's really fucking cool. I want my golden suit. Okay. So this is... Hello, Junior. Look, we're playing a game. Crazy. You here while we play game? Crazy. Kind of want to finish up some of these because they're starting to stack up. We're gonna try to go find this lamppost. This is story of a son It's somewhere in here, and I don't know where it is. What is this game? We are playing Control, which is like Alan Wake in the sense of it's in the same universe. The FBC, which is where we're at right now and where we're exploring, is watches the anomalies, which is what is in Alan Wake. So it's very fun.
Numerous cell breaches on every level. These hiss things are a bad influence in my collection.
Your collection, bro? Okay, so where the hell are you? Is this street light, traffic light? It's a very fun game. That's okay. They're spawning above me. It's okay. They don't know I'm here. They for sure do know I'm here. I hate it. Okay, so like where the fuck is the traffic light? Okay, wait, drop. We telekinesis? Yeah, we do. Awake. Oh my god, my brain is being used. Exactly. Hello? I don't know where this traffic light... I almost want to look up where this traffic light is because this place is so huge. What is that over there? Maybe I just had to try to look a little bit harder? I don't know. I feel like we've been in the archives, and I don't think it's in the archives. That's what he said. Got him. Yeah. Because it's not in the archives. I want to be in here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, how do I get up? Christmas tree. Okay. I looked up where it was. No cap, no lie. Not specific, but the floor. Okay. Ah. Oop. Let me in. Meow, 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 meow. She's definitely like over there. No, because that's where my save spot was, right? Oh, the lantern got put back. That's so cool. The fridge should be right there. That has nothing. Okay. It has to be on the other side. There's nothing here. We can't go in there. And it kind of glows red. Oh. I hate this guy. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, my dude. No. Come here. Let me hit you. Okay. Oh. Okay. Not okay, apparently. Oh my god, not okay at all. Stop. No. Oh. Stop it. Are we lost? Right now, no, there is an enemy lost right now. I can tell you that. It looks red down there. I'm trying to find a traffic. Oh. He can shoot at me. I'm trying to find, this is gonna sound... I'm trying to find that.
Must be one of the missing alternate.
Oh, you're shitting me. I have to fucking play red light. I have to play red light, green light. Fucking hell. No wonder I didn't come back here because I was like, this is where the TV is. Wait, that's so rude. What? I played red light, green light, and then you travel away? That's not what I thought I would be doing. Fought a bold monster, and now I'm playing red light, green light with a object of power. Or no, this is the influenced altered object. This is an altered object. Playing fucking red light, green light with an object. I don't care about personnel protection. I'm trying to capture this. Mine. Get back in your cage.
One less escaped altered item to worry about.
Okay. Well, I'll show you altered object. No, don't! Don't touch him, Junior. You'll hurt yourself. Oh yeah, we can levitate too. Oh man, you've missed all the powers we can do. Because even dashing forward is a power. We're pretty fucking powerful. If I do say so myself. Pretty fucking powerful. Okay. Oh! Oh, no, you know what? We're running. I do actually have to go in here. Somebody was sniping me.
Told Salvador it was dangerous, but no. Why?
This guy has so much sass for missing so much hair. Are we a girl boss?
Wow.
Yeah, we actually are.
But those weren't all of the altered items missing from the Panopticon. The hiss must be making them restless. We've had several more containment breaches.
How many of these things did he lose?
How many?
Just a couple. Should be no problem for you. I really appreciate your help. Really. Just super.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I don't like this guy.
I'll be here, like always.
Didn't I already? the rubber ducky. I feel like
Some of the security cameras aren't working. How do I get those fixed?
He sounds wonderful to work with. Anyways, also, what time is it? 4:49. Okay, I am going to get myself find the Prime Candidate program. You know, we're gonna finish up some of these. Guess logistics is the closest one. Let's go to Sealed Threshold Corridor. Let's do that one, and then I'll go back to the other one. And then the other one's not even here. What am I looking? Wait, Threshold Flamingo. I am looking for a flamingo. Everybody keep your eye out for a flamingo. ¿Dónde está flamingo? ¿Está flamingo aquí? ¿Dónde? Well, that's a suspicious light. Why are we purple here? Oh, don't you do this to me.
That's got to be an altered item.
Oh, don't you do this to me. Don't you do this to me. I don't understand your game, Flamingo. I see, I understand your game, Flamingo. I just try to run the gauntlet. Flamingo, get back in your cage. Oh, oh.
This thing again.
What are we doing? Oh.
Got into another altered item. What does this thing want? Is it fighting
Oh. Magic Flamingo is right. Oh, I completely missed the eye. Oh, hey, so I fell to the floor again. What do you mean? What do you mean this guy's in the flamingo? Magical Flamingo also turned out to be... I have to do a boss fight. Please don't put me back outside. Just put me right into the boss fight. Okay. I think the flamingo is over here. Let me go over here. Yep, there's the flamingo room. Man, should have gone to the rubber duck first. Please don't make me do it all over.
That's got to be an altered item.
Yes. Ooh. Okay. That was my bad. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I almost didn't make that. I was falling. Okay, back to the magic flamingo world. Wow. Okay, let's
again.
Not fall through the map.
Got into another altered item.
Ooh, not what I wanted. my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at how many holes are on the floor, dude. He made a mess.
I never did like flamingos. Too pink.
Well, it's just rude. What the flamingo ever do to you, bro? The flamingo's just existing. Okay, so we did that. Hey, so I don't like that. Nah. Nah. Nah, I don't want to fight. I want to leave. Let's do this, and then we go collect the last one, which I think is the rubber ducky. Yeah, the rubber ducky is under protective studies. Because I remember, because we were talking about, I can hear you right now. Where do you want me to get you? Yes, yes. Yes. That's amaze. I'll fucking message you right now. I fucking want it. I'll give you money. Give me. Me and B are so normal. Yes. I'm not giving myself fucking whiplash. Yes. This is like, okay, so we went to the D&D show for FanFest. Really fun. Okay, Gosling cover. Yes. We went to D&D. It was the first show that we went to that night. Love you. Which was really fun. That's the wrong one. It was really fun going to that show. It was the first one that we did of that whole night. I guess we're going up. But oh my god, the crowd did not want to engage, and it kind of sucked. Fuck you. That was a missile I was holding in my hand. Is there another missile coming at me? You gonna explode? Let's do it. Explode, I dare you. I can fly in this guy too. Am I trying to go in there? I can't get in there. Wait, can I get in there? Fuck you. No, get shared. I can fly now. I have the high ground, Anakin. Anyways, do I have... I can go in level 6 rooms now. Oh, you're not my friend. What's the man doing in here? Self-reflection. What is self-reflection? Not what I wanted to press. Where am I right now? I guess I'm about to find out. No, wrong button. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. What? Oh, okay.
To find new prime candidates, the Bureau needs a director. Our future.
I miss him.
P6 and P7.
Who's P7? I think I angered a lot of people by doing that. There it is. more shot. There we go. My god, this... Oh. I got this guy and this guy. You stop that. Like this guy over here. Stop doing that. Oh, good heavens. What are you doing down there? Oh. I'm at... I'm a high Anakin. I have overground. No. Where's the last man? Oh. I didn't mean to do that. I mean, I guess I did in fact mean to do that to him, but like, I didn't mean to do that to him. Oh, this is really cool. Oh. Oh, mannequin, where are we going?
God, the only thing creepier than one mannequin is a few dozen of the damn things.
Huh? Which one to use? Mannequin over there? No mannequin over there. You, apparently. Please don't take me to a boss.
New bureau policy. No more mannequins.
Good policy. Good policy. Prime candidate. I see what he means now. Because he was yapping up a storm walking into here, but that's what he was talking about. This is where they find new candidates. Let me in. P7.
Is this what Dylan wanted me to see? It doesn't matter. We need to find that projector.
I'm P7. Oh yeah, I forgot he wanted me to come over here. Candidate P7? Outfit. Yes. I think so.
All the times I felt paranoid, I was right. The Bureau could have given me the answers, but they just stood by and watched me.
Wait, look at the top one. Shoplifting. Destination? Question mark. Shoplifting. Okay, you don't gotta out me like that, damn. This again just shoplifting. Hey, God. You're gonna get me in trouble.
We used to play there all the time. Me and Dylan. And other kids
My
as well.
own therapy session? They
We
have?
This time, I remember
Oh my God.
was different.
Let me double check B's message.
We found a way in, deeper into it, like it had shifted. We went inside, and that's where we found the slide projector.
A dump is a place for lost things. Things that have been thrown away. Did you ever feel that way when you were growing up, Jesse?
What? No. Yes, but that has nothing to do with...
Was there a slide projector at your home when you were small?
No.
Those were before your time, I suppose. But your family did look at photos together, maybe. In one form or the other?
Maybe.
I don't like this therapist.
When was this? Can you remember? At parties? Barbecues? How did it make you feel? Did your parents ever show pictures that embarrassed you? Was alcohol ever involved at these parties? Did your parents drink?
She's asking a
Did that make you
lot of
uncomfortable?
questions.
No, that's just stupid. Come on.
That has nothing to do with this. Nothing.
Oh, I have nice shoes on.
The slide projector, let me ask you this. As a child, did you ever fantasize about worlds inside pictures? Inside a painting? You know, stepping into a painting, into a hidden world, escaping and finding adventure there, away from your parents. I don't think so. I don't remember. Maybe. I don't know.
Damn. She fucking bombarded her with questions. You did this, did this? Calm down. Oh, cool.
They studied what happened in Ordinary here. That's the place to start looking.
I don't really want to be here. I guess I gotta get to the turntable to go across to get to that, but to get to that I have to go straight. They're really close to me. Kaboom. Kaboom. Wee. Oh my god, where did you come from? Oh, it's not the gun I thought I had. Okay. What did I do to you? I just like took the life essence out of that one guy and then threw his fucking dead body. Oh, I guess I should do this so I can get this little point to fast travel. Oh, I destroyed this office. Hehe. Whoopsie. I want to see my collection of notes. I will go through those one day because they have really good info in them. And I love loading the info. Oh, I have to go down the elevator? Okay. There's a couple of handprints on this elevator. That was just rude.
Dylan and I were both prime candidates. Experiments.
He turned to the dark side. He was locked in here since childhood, so you know, fair. Oh. I can't see. And nobody else? Perfect. Exactly what I wanted and the perfect place to end the stream. Oh. That's a huge fucking screwdriver on the floor. New York City subway. The whole subway through the old house?
We're going back home. Of course we are. It started there, and it's never gone away.
I accidentally advanced the story. I really want the rubber ducky. Hold on. I really want the rubber ducky. We are getting the rubber ducky. What's the closest ritual? We're getting the rubber ducky. Don't we go through the New York subway and Alawake too? Yes, it should be New York. We do go through the subway. My brain was like, is it New York though? It is New York. Because that's where he's from, right? Protective studies. We're getting this fucking rubber ducky, okay? That rubber ducky. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. No, that's the questions. How do I get into the rubber ducky? How do I get the rubber ducky? Didn't seem to work. How do I get the rubber duck? Ooh. How do I get the rubber ducky? Think so, yeah? Yeah, then I'm pretty sure. We definitely for sure go through a subway in Alan Wake. That's what I need right there. That little guy. I like how I say, yeah, okay, we're gonna end it on that, and I immediately run, I need the rubber ducky. How do I get into the rubber ducky? How do I get into the rubber ducky? I have newfound abilities. That door. Door like opens on the other side. Okay, excuse me, pardon me. I must experiment with rubber ducky first. I must see if I can obtain the rubber ducky. Oh, he's dead. Oh, wrong button. The rubber ducky. He's calling my name. Hey.
Ducks. Great.
Hey, that wasn't very nice. Hey. This way. What the fuck? I feel like he's laughing at me. Oh. Mine. We have the—
Finally, no more quacking.
Oh. We have obtained the rubber ducky. I suppose I'll go talk to him and then we start from there. Containment, it's this one. And then I just go backwards. I needed that rubber duck. I've been waiting to get a hold of that rubber duck since we ran into him. I didn't know he was a disappearing rubber ducky. So that's quite interesting. What does rubber ducky do? I forget. All I know is that the little the audio tape you can listen to, the lady tries to talk to it and it doesn't respond at all.
Every altered item on your list is now back in the Panopticon, safe and sound.
Please be the last ones.
That's a load off my mind. Missing altered items don't exactly reflect well on me, you know.
I don't like this guy.
Did they give you any trouble?
The flamingo pulled me into the astral plane just like the fridge did. That same creature was there.
I was looking over the old activity reports, and multiple items had been displaying much more destructive behavior in the past few weeks. There's some connection there, I bet, but it's a bit above my pay grade.
Well, something to keep an eye on.
And if I have any more runaways, I'll know just who to call.
I guess this is my life now.
I'll see you later, Langston.
We finished that.
I'll be here, like always.
Okay, so I'm gonna end stream where find the ordinary all area. I'm gonna set us to do this one when we come back. I'm actually curious about that one. Where the fuck is that on the map? We're gonna get some of these ones done next time. Oh, see, but this is when I'm just like, oh, but it's right there. I can go get it. I shouldn't because I know that'll take a couple of minutes and then I'll keep on streaming and then I'll keep on doing stuff. We're stopping it right here once we get to this new zone. Stopping it. Just gonna press that. I do think that would be quite nice. We're gonna spend some of our points. Because we can. What's this? Pretty good. Okay, wait for the little button to go. Quit menu. Get me out of here before I start doing more stuff. Because I will go in that spiral, and I don't need to do that. Because that was a good stream. Go back here. Oh, give me that. What the hell is this? Ugh. That does stuff in the background now. Okay. The duck can wait. I got the duck. I got the duck. It's the stupid mirror now. But yes. Be even sweeter next time. Exactly. You did. I did. It's okay because I also have the mold people to do. I have to go find the one guy's friends. I gotta go find the fucking mirror. There was something else that was there too. I don't remember. There's too many, but I'm like, oh, it's right there. I'll go get that. I love side quest. I love side quests so much. But yeah, I'm gonna end stream. Stream should be normal next week. I get home late-ish on Sunday night, and by that Monday morning, I probably home at like 1 a.m., but that's not as bad as going to bed at 4 a.m., so I'll still be able to stream in the morning. So we'll play some more Control on Monday. I think it'll be Control, Deadlock, and then I think we'll be able to do Revelations that week with Kai. So yeah, you're about to get wacky and wild. Yes, I'm so excited. So what I'm thinking of, that's why I don't want to do the mirror, because the last time I did a little side objective that was like somewhat of a story, it does take some time. So I want to enjoy it, you know? But other than that, I'm going to say bye-bye from here. So bye-bye. I could raid out, but I don't want to go searching for that because I have to pull up a whole different tab. But have a good weekend, everybody. I will see you all on Monday with normal streams. But other than that, stay hydrated, stay well, stay safe, because I know at least in Southern California area, we have a lot of fires happening. So please stay safe and stay hydrated with everything. And other than that, I will see you all on Monday. Bye-bye.